Welcome back, everybody. Here it is. It's a Monday. Thank you all for joining. Monday, the 6th of January, 2025. And let's just get rid of this intro screen, shall we? Welcome, everyone. So glad to see you. It's almost like I saw you just last night. Well, if you're watching later, it's going to be another couple of hours of messing around with AI madness. So thank you for joining. I am Drift Johnson and this is 5 Below 5 UK. Please like the stream. We do not exist if you don't like the stream. Also, thanks for all the subscriptions. We made 5,000. That's pretty cool. Didn't think we'd do that in less than a year. So here's to the next year and hitting 10k, I guess. That's my next goal, I guess. Even though I never really set the goals like that. That's what's going on there. So I'm now in advertising mode. Listen to me talking about SoundCloud and Bandcamp. The joke is I don't use SoundCloud or Bandcamp anymore, so I'm going to have to write down a little note. New radio ad. So yeah, I need to update that because it's like I don't use Bandcamp or SoundCloud anymore. It's all about that Spotify. So may as well do a little bit of housekeeping while we start out here. 50,000. Yes, the next goal should be 50,000. Exactly, Till Bill. So I'm just going to say hello to everybody in the chat. Lucas says, yo, where the Discord ping? Now it pinged. I think he was there before. I was still losing my mind trying to develop recursive comedy titles for the stream. Couple of emojis from Lucas and Till Bill. Till Bill says 50,000. So I've caught up now. There we go. So I like opening up the stream with a bit of cos real jugs. I do like that. So it's a cool way to start the stream. We're going to have some white cats coming up here while I'm talking, so let's just cue that up. Come on. Unsatisfied white cat.png. That's what I came for. That's what I mean. That's what I need. I need that. There we go. So then, what have we got for you today? Well, we've got a whole bunch of stuff. The first thing I need to do is a whole load of new examples, right? I'm going to do examples for all my DJZ nodes, but we're going to give you something cool before I actually go into that sort of chill out mode, all right? Obviously, I'm always here to listen to your questions and give you good answers. If you are watching it back later, what you might want to do is join on the Discord. So there is a link in the description. You can join our Discord, 5 Below 5 official. All right, there's a link in the description for you to join on there. And obviously we've got a big community of, I would say, passionate creators who are all doing, it's all kinds of stuff, really. All kinds of stuff. Should we say photo of here real quick? Photo of, photo of, and then down here maybe we should say drawing, painting. I forgot it was SDXL. Drawing, painting, sketch. Yes, there we go. That should help. That should help with the white cat situation. All right, and like I said, we did hit our 5,000 subscribers just recently, so thank you all for subscribing and following the action, as it were. I'm still in the middle of preparing this year's sort of, I'm calling it like season 2, do you know what I mean? Because last year was pretty much like done a certain way, and then ever since we started streaming, things are being done a slightly different way. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep cooking, and I know you guys will give me the time. But there's a couple of things I want to look at today besides updating all of my indexes for my custom nodes, right? Because I did show you a little bit of that yesterday when we were messing around with the Klein in VS Code. But we probably don't need to do that just yet. So it's going to be more me just in the comfy, building workflows and just answering questions mostly tonight. But there is an interesting feature which I decided to front load the stream with. So we are going to need some new prompts for this. So the first thing I'm going to do is say hello again, thank you all for coming, and then I'm going to disappear. And we can get on with the business. So the first thing I'm going to have to do is go into my DJZ nodes and into my prompts section, because I need to grab a prompt list. So I'm going to grab dialogue close-ups, all right? Because there's something I want to do tonight, which is going to be quite fun. So first of all, I'm going to download the raw file. All right, Melting Province, hello, welcome, welcome, thanks for joining. So what I'm going to do, and by all means, you know, give us a shout in the comments. Like I said, more comments means more engagement, and then the algorithm can go ahead and like shake us out to more people. It's funny, apparently ChatGPT recommended me the other day. I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, it might be that it was a joke, because I don't know how the hell they did that. But apparently ChatGPT like recommended one of my videos in an output, which I think is crazy, because I didn't even think my channel was old enough to be in the memory, you know. Profi Prompter, welcome. And he says welcome. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something fun. So I've just downloaded the prompt list for LTXV dialogue close-ups. That's one of my prompt lists for use with LTXV. All right. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this into a Claude. So we're going to say, oh yeah, and oh my, wait. Oh no, this is a different one. For a second there, I thought I was showing you the absurd titles, stream titles, but it's not that. All right. So if we're going to do a new chat, okay, and I'm going to drag in the LTXV dialogue just there. And what I want to do is I just want to say, please look at the example list of video prompts. Okay. Like that. Please look at the example list of video prompts and then rewrite them from a new perspective and focus. So what I want to do, just so you can see what those prompts actually were, it's all of my dialogue close-ups. So that would be pictures of people talking, videos of people talking. Lucas says, Claude was complaining about you to ChatGPT. That's how he knows you. Yeah, you know what? It could be. It could be. Who is this crazy guy? He keeps asking me all this stupid stuff. Exactly. So what I want to do is I want to say, I want to make it so it's only a man with the same look. All right. So I need the person in the video to always be the same person. Now this is going to be a fun one because obviously that's hard to do, but I do have some tricks up my sleeve, okay? Profi Prompter says, why the mass cat production? Well, it's interesting actually. This is being made with Cos Real Jugs XL, which is one of my custom SDXL merges. It uses cosine SDXL and a merge of Real Viz and Juggernaut 8, I think, and it's all converted in a special way which is called the fake cubic Hermite merge. Okay, so this is like a callback to one of my checkpoint merge workflows, which this is not, but I just like to remind people, you know, SDXL is still there and it still makes good pictures. I mean, do you know what I mean? We're all about the flux these days. So Till Bill says cat lovers, and Lucas says inevitable furries inbound. I think we're probably going to move on from that, but don't worry. So I need the person in the video to always be the same person. Yeah, comma. So the description should always be the same for the person in the prompt. Okay. Now I'm going to choose what that is. That person should be a white, male, middle-aged, I'll say newscaster for this one. All right, newscaster. Whoops. There we go, newscaster. That person should be talking in the video prompt. He should be wearing smart business attire use the same outfit description for things to make variable. Things to make variable? That's not really a very good way of describing it, is it? See, I basically want, you can say, yeah, okay, right, so you may introduce new features in the camera angle or the setting. Yes. Okay. Always end the prompt with, and we're going to say scene appears to be real life footage. Okay? So we're kind of doing it in a hacky way, but it should work. All right? So let's see what he has to say for himself. Profi Prompter says, me currently working with 1.5, still great results. I've always said this, that 1.5 has the most mature ecosystem due to the fact that it being around for so long, and also because of the fact that it had the most uncensored data set. That means that the largest audience is 1.5 still. Also, of course, technology, the hardware, everything has gone, the hardware specs have gone up, but the requirements have been staying the same. So if you use 1.5, you can actually get away with doing more on a smaller card. So, you know, if you can't run Flux, you probably can run 1.5. That being said, I do think SDXL is probably the better of... But it's like, hey, who cares? It's a subjective argument, right? Anyway, I would imagine that you can get images of equal or greater quality than this, just maybe not quite as fast, because we're talking 2 seconds for a 1024 by 1024 image. Obviously, there are errors, right? Okay. So, and like I said, I usually have something up on the screen for you guys to look at. So that's the main reason which we're just making Infinite Cats tonight. But don't worry, we're going to be making Infinite all kinds of stuff. So thank you for joining. Thank you, everybody. Don't be afraid to chat, to ask questions, because I'm here to answer those questions. And we are going to be here pretty much every day, or pretty much, for the foreseeable future. We'll see how long this lasts. So here we have some prompts, and these are not very good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take from my, if I go into, normally I have this open on DJ Zenodes all the time. I need to go into LLM base prompts, and I need to go into my LTXV prompt gen, and I just need to steal, no, not that one. I need to steal from the artifacts section. I would say video prompt system, project instructions. No, I don't think so. I think it's just video prompt system. Let me just have a look at the... this is way too much. Yeah, so it's just this one then. Okay, so download raw file. All right, so then we go back to the chat. Now, obviously, that's a piece. That is a piece of my... that is a piece of my Hun Yuan. So what I want to do is I just want to sort of cross-reference this for you guys. So we'll ask the same question of my agent. Now I gave away the code for this agent. This is Hun Yuan. I don't want a Hun Yuan. I want LTXV. LTXV. There it is. Ask the same exact question in normal mode. Look at it, trying to be lazy. Stop being lazy. I pay you monies. Okay. And so he's going to do this. There you go. So this would be the result of the prompt. So I've given it an example, a bunch of examples, and I've said what I said, and then it's given me stuff like this. Crisp navy suit, crisp navy suit. Camera pull back slightly. Okay. Okay, so, and then if I look at this one, it's not that different, to be honest. Charcoal grey, charcoal grey, charcoal grey, silver grey hair. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to say I would like, je voudrais, 20 prompts in a text file, each prompt with a new line. Oh no, each prompt on a new line with no empty lines. Okay, 20 should do. I'll probably add these ones to it. Alright, so what we're doing is we're comparing the output of me asking the same question with and without the rules, okay? And then we're going to get 2 different newscasters. This will all make sense, by the way. I'm kind of leading you down a path right now, okay? And hopefully you guys are just watching like the white cat here. But this is going to be good. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch of cats. No, we're not. We're going to make a bunch of newscasters, and then we're going to turn them into video using LTX 0.91 GJUF. We're going to use GJUF today because that's available now. And we're going to be generating at 1280 by 720 or 734, I think is actually the resolution. So that's going to be half HD, right? And they're going to be 4 second long, okay, which is pretty good. If you ping pong it, that's 8 seconds of video, and it'll make sense. And then what we're going to do is use my latest workflow, which is called Loader Lip Sync Basic. And then we're going to have some fun with that. So anyway, what we've done here is we've got ourselves 20 prompts. So if I think I can just download this one. Yeah. So I can download this. Profi Prompter says, I really enjoy your content. Learning a lot in media. I'm a media student currently working with ControlNet depth channel from Blender, an IP adapter. Love the results. Wow, yeah, that's really cool. If you've got like a pipeline through Blender, you're going to be having a whale of a time. I did get it working once when it first came out, but this was with Automatic 1111, so I bet it's much better with Comfy. I haven't even touched Blender because I'm not really a 3D guy. The only 3D stuff I used to do was making maps, but I used to do that in a completely different tool, like 3ds Max, you know. I didn't use Blender to make actual models. It was more of like the ensemble where you're making scenes out of lots of different assets and shapes, you know what I mean? So I've never really got down to the detail that you do when you're doing blenders, okay? Because that's like actually making like car bodies and stuff. Really cool. Coffee's good. Okay, so I've downloaded the first one. Now this one is using the prompt gen. So I've already done that one. I need to find it. So newscaster prompts, and what I'm going to do, it's in MD format. That's not actually what I asked for. I don't think it is an MD format. I think it is just in text format. Okay. No. This looks good. There's no need for me to copy the other ones. They're probably the same anyway. So I can just rename this to .text. But I'm going to say newscaster and I'm going to say agent. And that doesn't really make sense unless you've watched the stream, but that's fine by me. Okay. So this one is built with my agent. I can delete this one. And then the other one was not built with my agent. Okay, so we've got 2 things going on here. So if I download that one, it should appear. There we go, newscaster prompts. And this one is going to be newscaster, and I'm just going to say web because it didn't, you know what I mean? Just to distinguish the 2. But actually, they're different guys. So one of them has got one outfit, okay? And then the other one has a completely different outfit. But they've got the same silver grey hair, speaking into the camera, middle-aged white male. Now, every seed is different, so you're not going to actually get the same guy. But I'm trying to get like a profile, right? A profile of a guy. So I have half a chance, and I'll show you how we can actually make this into something which is actually consistent, and then we can just generate lots and lots and lots of scenes of the guy talking that are slightly different, all right? Now, this is going to be a lot of fun. I got to sort of brace you for it, okay? Because we're gonna do some silly stuff before I get into the more, you know, piecemeal stuff that we normally get done here, okay? So, and also I might have a little crack with some workflows that I don't Do you know what I mean? I found some workflows which aren't made by me, and I would like to look at them and see. So can you see here, Flux ControlNet Upscale, LoRa Upscaler? Yeah, so I've actually got those already, as far as I know, and I want to see what these are about and see if maybe we can learn anything from this. All right? Okay. So I'm going to take these two prompt lists, first thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to shove them into I'm going to shove them into my custom nodes, into my prompts folder, like that. So now we have the two newscaster prompt lists. All right. So with that, now we can kill the cats. Whoa, what? No, I just mean just kill the workflow here, guys. All right. And then we're going to go into LTXV Keyjai Wrapper. This is a bit of a revival. Now, I was experimenting with Audio today because what I wanted to do was I wanted to make it so that you could make the video and then immediately make the Audio. And the beauty was that you're doing it at 1280 by 736 for 4 seconds, which is pretty damn amazing. It takes about the same time for a video made in Hunyuan with half the size and half the duration, about the same. Okay, so yes, it's not a fast generation, but it's like SD, or well, I mean it's HD, but it's not 1080p. You see what I mean? It's 1080i, you could say, right? If we interlace 720p, we do get 1080p. But here we go. So what I'm going to do actually is this wasn't a good experiment. So it's a nice idea, but it actually just is gibberish, which is it's fine. There's nothing wrong with gibberish, okay? I know there's a lot of people who've been having a lot of fun with this, but this isn't what I'm doing. This is what I started with, and I was like, nah. Okay? So don't worry about that. We're just going to worry about this. Now, there is a reason that I'm using this one, because you might say, well, hang on a minute, why are you using the Keyjai wrapper when you've got native support now? Do you know what? Why don't we have a look? Because this is actually kind of funny. Let's see. Where is LTXV091 T2V lines? I believe that, yeah, and then STG string painter is what I have loaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that in there. Okay, so remember, I released this workflow and I am up to date. My comfy is up to date. Okay, and if I go back to my workflows, where are the workflows at? That's LLM base prompts. Okay, kill that, kill that. There you go, workflows. Right, so if I go back to my LTXV workflow pack, right, and then I go to my V7091, yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago, I completely overhauled the pack, all right? Completely overhauled the pack 2 weeks ago, because V6, that was the native, or sorry, this was the last Keyjai wrapper, right? And then the 091, I believe, is using the native stuff, okay? And this is brilliant. So basically, yeah, check this out. We have the 091. We're using the built-in. Wait a minute, this isn't native. Ah, we got the wrong bloody workflow again. Well, whatever. I guess it'll work. This is 091. Yeah, this is 091. What the heck? Text to video, but there's two. Why is there two VAEs? Very strange. This doesn't look like the one I thought it was, by the way, so but I just want to see if I can get the error to throw. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at the chat, because I don't want to miss any of your comments. Profi Prompter says, really interesting. I'm using Comfy for image to 3D as well, and then work with objects in Blender. Nice. Till Bill, Do you have a tip for Blender ControlNet Depth IP adapter example to look at? What you mean? Property Prompter says, just look for Comfy UI in Blender. There is a lot of content. I think Mick Mumpets was the early one who gave it popularity. Till Bill says, yeah, I know his stuff. So thanks for sharing your tips in the chat, guys. I really appreciate it. Like I said, everybody gets to benefit. A lot of people watch the videos later. In fact, I think one of the live streams got like nearly 1,000 views in the last week or so, which was pretty surprising because normally you don't get that many on the live stream. It's a new live stream, and not a lot of people even know that I'm doing these. But yeah, I'm sure that if you leave any information like that in the chat, other people will see it, and that's really helpful. Oh, look, it's working now. So this must be the Comfy. Yeah, this is actually, I think this is actually the wrapper, not native. So it works. So it works. See, I was trying to find the one which doesn't work. So where the hell is that then? Good luck, he said. I could have sworn this one was native. Well, okay, fine. I'm not gonna, I was getting a strange error earlier today. And so I had to go back to the Kijai wrapper method. But I think I am still using the Kijai method, aren't I? I don't know. This looks like native. This is native support. Okay, so I'm confused, but the point is we're actually using LTX Video 2B 0.91 Q8 GJUF with a LTXV 0.9.1 VAE separately. That's what we're using. This one that I was just looking at is just the B float. Okay, so we're not actually using this one. All right. Even though we could, we're not. Or well, I suppose we could compare, couldn't we? So what we're going to do though is we're going to set this new. We just press R. We can set the new thing here, and we want to say newscaster. Newscaster. We'll do the agent one first. All right, and we're going to do a Q. So I'm going to get the interesting thing done first for you guys that joined early, and anybody that's watching it later will obviously get this. So. If you joined halfway through, I hope you catch this before we move on to the other stuff, because this is actually pretty cool. Alright, so remember, we're going to be generating in 1280 by 736 for 105 frames. I'm using the default scheduler settings. The only thing I've done is increased steps to 32. That's about it. You might say, why aren't you using Hunyuan? Isn't Hunyuan better? And technically Hunyuan is better, yes, but LTXV has a great knowledge of people talking, okay? It tends to perform quite well at this sort of scene, all right? And even though this might not be perfect, it looks pretty good for what I want to do. And also, it's fast. So if I was using Hunyuan, I would have to do 704 by 480 or something smaller than that. I forget, it's 704 by 384, I think is what I had to make. And that's like, it's about half the size of this. So we're making something which is twice the size, native. And when I say native, I don't mean comfy native. I mean like, without upscaling. Okay. And so we've got the STG on. It's up here. Here's our STG. Because like I said, this is using the LTX tricks, right? Rather than the comfy, the native comfy. Even though it said, see, this is native comfy. It's so confusing because it's like, what the hell is native comfy? I guess it's anything that doesn't require a wrapper to load it, but we're using GGUF, that's an extension. That is LTX tricks, which is funny though, because 0.91 has supposedly got it built in. So I'm a little bit confused about that. But certainly if we can get the other workflow working, then I'll just swap over there. Because this, like I said, is the Kijai wrapper version, which is strange because I could have sworn he didn't do it like that. Let's go back over here and have a look. So here we go, look, LTX video. This is not, yeah, the other one is native. So I must have mislabeled my workflow there. But the point I'm trying to make is, what we can do is we can say 105, and then we can say 1280, and then we can go up to like, oh, we can just type it in, can we? I think it's actually 736 because of the divisible by 32 rule. Let me just double check that. Yeah, 736. If you see this one here, it won't let you because it's not divisible by 32. It's quite a nice feature actually, because you only get worse generation quality if you force it. So we'll go 736, okay? And then yeah. I'm just checking all of the other things. I think these are all fine. Okay, so let's have a look. That's not it. That's not it, Chief. So then we need to set our thing here as well. We're going to do the newscaster agent again on this side. And as a matter of fact, what we could do, it's a bit too late actually. What I should do is just say fixed. Okay, and then steal the prompt, make another one, go back over here, put the prompt in, put it onto fixed. Yeah, that'll be good. And then we'll see which one gives the best image, basically. Alright, so now we're going to figure out which workflow do I want to use. Okay. Okay, so we've got a man, he's talking, his hands are a bit crap. But it is work, that's fine, that's looking good. Looks like we're making another one because I need to fix the seed and stuff. So let's just put this on fixed. And we're going to put this on fixed. Now I am working towards a sort of big plan here. And we're slowly edging towards the whole point of what we're doing today. Okay. If you guys are doing git pulls on my workflow pack, you probably already know what I'm going to be showing you. And there's a few other clues already on the screen. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a person that's talking and then get a nice seed so that we've got a little set here. And then, well, we'll see, won't we? It's going to be tricky because I think you have to do a face swap really to keep the character properly consistent, yeah? Because it's like, if I have a character and I change the seed or if I change the prompt, it's going to produce a different person. But we can do a face swap on the video. So we can maybe train our own. Oh my god, look at this. It's a sportscaster. Okay. And let's see. So I'm going to save that straight away because that's acceptable, right? But like I said, this is using perturbed attention, but with the 9.1 model, which is strange because I could have sworn 9.1 included this. So it's a little bit strange, but whatever. It looks good. He's got the wrong number of fingers, I'll grant you, but, you know, he could have had an unfortunate accident in the wood shop. I don't know. So let's take a look at the other workflow that should be cooking right now, yeah. And we should get something similar. Obviously, it's a completely different seed. And I don't know if Jajuf is actually going to... It might be that the seed will be different because it's Gaguf. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised that quantization might affect the determinism of the seed system. So, but essentially what we're doing is we're getting set up. So the first thing I did was I made a prompt list of newscasters. And then the second thing I did was load up two different workflows I have for 0.91. One of them is using the actual model, The other one is using Gguff. Like this is the newer workflow type because it has its own apply STG, whereas this one uses perturbed attention to apply STG, which is the same but different. This is the early implementation, right? And then this would be the later implementation. It's basically doing the same thing. Look, here's the STG guider here. It's got the same values. You see what I'm saying? 1, 0.25 and 3, 3, 1 and 0.25. It's rejigged a little bit, but it's the same thing. However, it's got align your steps for the sampler. Whereas this one just uses sampler custom. So, yeah. They are slightly different. That's why we're running them both. So let's see what we get. Probably a completely different person in a completely different scene, but that's okay. Oh, it's thinking about it. Okay, so aside from the block text, which looks extremely fake, we do have a man that's talking. So these are serviceable. This is serviceable. Now, if I wanted to do a variation on this, remember, I've got fixed seed and I've got fixed prompt. So it should give me the same one every time. However, I'm injecting my hex code, okay, which I've talked about this. Consistent video variation, okay? Now with 0.91, it made it a lot harder to do this. So what I've done is I've restricted the random min-max to 500. Now we can play around with this to control how close the variation actually is going to be. All right. So for example, if I just do another one of these. All right. Now it's going to take about 1 minute and 8 seconds to do this. Oh wait, it says 1 minute. That's strange. The count's all over the place. But anyway, it's only an estimate. So what we'll get is we'll get a video that should be extremely similar to this one. Extremely similar. I love how he's got a mic on his tie and he's holding a mic. So yeah, we're essentially tailing a hex code after the prompt. Is there like a display of what the prompt is anywhere? No. So we should probably do a show text just for the next run so you can see what the prompt actually is. Okay. And like I said, once we've done this one, I just want to see that we can get consistent. So it's like you'll end up with like different scenes that are the same but different. Same guy, it should be the same guy. Should be the same guy. It's kind of like fingers crossed until you actually get it working. So let's see what the similarity looks like. It's the same guy-ish, but that's very different. That's very different. So let's see if I can't mess around with this and find out. Let's say 50. Turn it down. Because he looks a bit different than the last guy. Similar-ish, but he's totally in a different location now. Nothing wrong with that for what I want to do. Especially if I was going to do face swap as well. And this will all make sense when I give you the last piece of this puzzle, by the way. I'm kind of holding it back. Melting Province asks, any LTX LoRa with Masubi? I haven't had time to finish that. To be honest, when I tried it, it was just sort of training forever and not giving me any indication that it was actually training. So if we have time, we'll take a look at it tonight. If not, I'll be doing more of that tomorrow. Like I said, there's plenty of time. Plenty of time. It's just a question of how things pan out tonight. It's on my list of things to do. Like I said, I'm in the middle of writing a web UI wrapper for Masubi, so... And it works, technically. The only thing is it was a little bit ropey, and I think we ran out of time on that. Was it Friday? I think it was Friday when we did that. But I've now got a new agent here. So as long as I've actually got tokens, I'll be taking a look at that. It should be a lot easier to work with as well, because before I had to like mess around, and now I've actually got the AI is going to be able to see all the things. Did I just click on something for the spoilers? Yeah, it's just gonna. Is it going to open? No. Okay. Could have sworn something was about to open there, and that would have been mad spoilers. Yeah, there it is. Look, Inkscape. Ah, that's not even what I thought it was. Get rid of that. Whoa! Go away! I never even wanted it to open. Ah! Okay, right, we're back. Okay, this is good. This is better. Although the guy has changed. He looks older now. It's in the same location though. But the thing is, the fact that he looks older isn't so much of a big deal because we can use face swap on him if we want to. But anyway, let's save that. So I've got it on 50. It's a lot closer now though. So what happens if I take it down even further? What about 20? It means you'll have less variations, but how many do you need? So let's try it one more time. It's certainly the same time of day, the same location. It's just the dude looks older for some reason. That's all. The last one completely changed. Okay. So this will be the slug, or the slog. Definitely the slog. So I want to know how different this one is to the next one, which is being cooked. And then potentially we'll go back to the original workflow and see if we can't get a sportscaster that looks the same. So I had it on 500, I reduced it down to 50 for the range of variation on the hex code, because that's what that range clamp is for, to prevent the hex code from being too different. And what is the prompt? The prompt is news, the same. What do you mean the same newscaster? We've got a bit of a bug here. The same newscaster. That's a terrible prompt. And I'm using the agent prompt right now. That's terrible. Okay, that is the original guy. Okay, so we got closer. We got closer to the original guy by simply reducing the range on the hex code variation, okay? So, like I said, I wanted to teach you guys about that, because that does work. Alright? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the other workflow, which is... This is the old version, because there's two ways to run it. The native workflow... Wait, this isn't the native workflow. This is the native workflow. But for some reason, I've pasted that in front of it. Okay, it's cool. It's cool. Because this one is LTX video, which means it's not native. You see what I mean? You have to have their comfy nodes. Everything's there, though. I think this is probably the most up-to-date version. So we should get better results out of this version. Which, just so you know, because it does get confusing, in my LTXV video pack, there's V6 release and a V7 release. This is the V7 workflow, and this is the V6. So that's what's going on, okay? I don't want to get too confused. And do we have String Painter? Yes, we do. So what we're going to do is we're going to change that to 50. And we should already be on fixed seed. Yep, fixed seed and fixed prompt seed. But not. We're on random mode with a 32-bit string. So this is the String Painter node from my DJZ nodes pack. That's what we used on the other workflow as well. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to make another newscaster. Now, why am I making 2 of these? Why am I making 2? It's very simple, right? This guy is on location outside the stadium. This guy is inside the stadium. But, like I said, I want to see if I still get a stadium. Because technically I wanted somebody who was in the studio. And then we can have them talk to each other. Right? That's the idea anyway. We'll see. We'll see. And then I'm going to have something fun which you guys can all enjoy. Like I said, I've already released it. If you go to DJZ Workflows and you come down here, you will see Loader Lip Sync Pack. And that's what we're aiming for. So we're getting there. And like I said, it's pretty fast. That was something which I was surprised by, because a lot of the lip sync stuff is not very good. And I'm sort of the view that if it's in a different language, then you don't really need lip sync anyway, because it could be dubbed. People are quite used to dubbing. But again, I do understand that people want to lip sync, so yeah, that's why we're doing what we're doing. Little bit of lip sync video stuff. Ah, that's completely different. You see what I mean? This is completely different. That's not consistent video at all. So what happens if I go 20? It makes me think that... Ah, nuts! Okay, the reason it's so different is because the prompt seed changed. So now it says... so actually we can't test the variability. Presents from a virtual set. Stop that. Let's go next again. I'm just going to find one that looks good. The newscaster speaks directly into the camera. There you go. That one looks good. Okay. So that was annoying. But anyway, we've got some videos which we can start messing around with. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to get Audacity. And I'm going to say something like... Obviously we'll need to delete this. I'm going to say something like, here I am... Wait. That's a bad way to start it. Hang on, close this. So he was in a park, right? Here I am in a park celebrating the 100th anniversary of Ronald McDonald. It's great and everyone's eating burgers. Okay? That didn't even work. Look at this. Nothing. God damn it. Every time I've got to... Wait, I've already got it though. Huh? Don't tell me that because I'm using it in Audacity, I can't record audio. Your mic's already in use. Look at this. Damn it. Oh, I know what it is. It's plugged into the wrong computer. What an idiot. Alright, well, do you know what? I've already got a WAV file, which I can use. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get a second microphone and plug it into my first PC. Do you know what? I could actually do that. Where did I put the old microphone? Okay, I might have a dig around for that in a minute. But for now, what we'll do is we'll just use the microphone that I already... I'll use the WAV file I already have. And we're going to be a bit silly, but that's okay. So we'll go into here. So this is Loader Lip Sync Basic. Right now it's very basic. So let's see, have we got a WAV file I can use? Have we got a WAV file? Wait, this isn't all just now. So where's the WAV file gone? Oh wait, I'm loading a video, aren't I? Yeah. So we're going to load this guy. And it's a 4-second clip and it's a 4-second audio, 20-30 cars. I think I say something about we're getting rid of the cars so everyone's going to have to walk. Something like that, right? In case you want to hear the video and the lip sync, because obviously there's no audio on the stream, I will chuck it into image sharing in our Discord. You will also see a whole bunch of Hunyuan stuff which I did last night after the stream. Alright, so this is the workflow. It's very small, okay? Let's just make sure we're not cooking any video. Nope. Ah, that's a good one. That's a great one. He looks smart. So now we're on fixed seed. I'm not going to do another one, but the next time I roll this, I should get the same guy in the same place, but talking differently, okay? So let's get to the lip sync. This is what I've been working towards for the last hour, pretty much. So thank you all for hanging on while I've been getting there. But the point is, I wanted to show you how you could generate consistent video with the same characters making different mouth movements, and then that gives you more scenes which you can then do the lip sync with. So essentially a complete character toolkit for making these sorts of scenes. Okay, so I'm going to run this now and you'll see. Aside from the fact that it has to actually load the model, right, because we were just using a different model, so obviously it's going to be a cold start time. You should be able to see what it's going to do. Now, if you want to extend it, you can obviously put the video into ping pong mode, right? Or loop to audio. Either I just go with normal and then I keep the clip under 4 seconds. For some reason, it says duration with padding is 497 when I know it's actually 4, so it's added a second of padding for some reason. I don't know what that's for, but the author recommended using ping pong, so you know it's going to play the video forward and then play the video backwards. That's what ping pong is, in case you didn't know. And see, look, the audio's 3 seconds long according to this. Anyway, you won't be able to hear it, so okay. Ban cars by 2030 and we'll all be walking. Ban cars by 2030 and we'll all be walking. There we go. So that's the video. So I'm going to save that and throw it in the thing, as I say I would. Where are we? Go like this. Throw it in there. Go like that. There we go. Now there's a few things that I need to do to just sort of bring this up to standard. Mainly the file project. I don't have my file project path generator set up yet. So if we just put that there, like that. Okay. Project name. And I'll say loader. And this is going to be lip sync. And this is going to be video. Oh man, why did it do that? My big fat fingers. And then here I'm just going to say sync. That'll do. Alright, so that should do for the version 2. And save as. And say, I've already done save as. Export like that. And then we can just, so again, if you were interested and you wanted to see that actually how it looks, you'll see that it is in the image sharing section of the Discord. So I guess most of you are members anyway, but if you're not, the join link is in the description because it's easier than hearing it like this. We'll all be walking. Cars by 2030 and we'll all be walking. So like I said, it's pretty good considering how fast it is. There's no messing about. You just load your video, load your audio, and there's only 2 nodes. Alright, I got it on normal. There we go. That's it. Simple stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add this one to that folder. So loader for lip sync. And put that in there. Add the V2. And then just delete the V1 because it didn't have that path saving, which I do have on all my workflows. Get rid of that, delete it, commit. All right. I'm sure there's a lot more that can be done with this, which is why I went to the effort of showing you how to do the video variations. So obviously we've actually got 2 clips of that one guy there. So there he is again. But that's the audio version, so I want to go see how he got older. See, these guys kind of look like the same guy. What I would do to make it more consistent, because his cheekbones have actually changed a bit, what I would normally do is I would do a face swap on the guy as well. So let's just run that again. And you can see that the motions are different. He's facing a slightly different way. Okay. So, step 1, prompt list of a consistent character. Step 2, generate character. Step 3, use the hex code to get consistent variations on that character in that location. Okay, so then it's like I can always go to that guy at that place. That's the idea, right? But he'll slightly move different and everything else. And then obviously we record new lines to put over the top. Now all that's left, of course, is a consistent voice. But we've never done that on this channel before. I have done a lot of work on that kind of thing, but I don't think I've shown it for a very long time. Sorry. So again, it's not the same video. Not the same video. Not the same video. But similar. Very similar, right? So then what happens when I decide to use the other guy? This guy, right? Off we go. And it's going to do the lip sync again. So he's not saying anything like what I said. So we're testing to see how robust it is. It's pretty robust. And so then, of course, it becomes face swapping the video. So that'll be the last thing that I cover on this. But I might save it for tomorrow because the chances are I don't even have a working face reactor. So I got other things to check out. But this is like probably the main feature, because like I said, I've been working on this today, putting together the bare bones of this sort of lip sync pack, because a lot of people ask about lip syncing, and yeah. Okay. Oh, see, that one's a bit ropey. So is there like a seed here? Yeah, there is a seed. So let's try it again. I just want to see what will happen if I get a bad roll. Can we do it again? It's like he seems to keep talking, because in the original clip he doesn't stop talking. He's still talking even after the end of the clip. That's an interesting one. So again, what I'll do is I will chuck this video. Wait, is this one even the same one? No, that's the same as the last one. Okay, new video, same audio. Yeah, that's a little bit better. It's not perfect, but definitely trying a different seed actually helped. Okay, so I'm going to say new seed, new lip sync seed. There it is. And obviously, yeah. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So here, what we have is we have what's it called? Hex. Well, I'll say string painter v2 video variation of the above video. And it's a type variation. So you can barely even tell that I've done it. Alright. So then I guess we'll get that last one. Is it this guy? Yeah, we'll try this guy next. Same line every time because I can't record another one because my mic's plugged into the stream. I need 2 mics now. Electrolab. This is what we're looking at right now. You've just literally named the thing. See, it says Latent Sync on the screen right there. So I'm just going to read his comment out. There is a new lip sync called Latent Sync in Comfy. Haven't tried it yet. Had nothing to say. You can always just say hello. Welcome, Electrolab. Glad you could join. Yeah, this is what we're actually looking at, mate. So I will explain briefly how to install it. It's actually really simple. What you do is you go to the Hugging Face and you grab Latent Sync Unit.pt, should be a safe tensor, and Whisper/Tiny should be a safe tensor. When I looked at the pickles, it didn't look bad, but I can't, you know what I mean? You've got to, like I said, it's always a risk when you download pickles, okay? So I just want to point that out. It would be nice if we could get some safe tensors. I did think about making my own, but it's not really my place to convert other people's stuff. All right. But yeah, it works. My computer hasn't melted yet. So strangely, there is a checkpoints folder inside the Comfy node where you put Latent Sync Unit, and then in a new folder you create Whisper, you put Whisper Tiny in there. Okay. And that's it. Very simple. Obviously you install the nodes, okay, and then as you can see here, it's literally video length adjuster and latent sync node. That's it. So it's quite a clever little trick that they're doing to make this work. They're going to ban cars by 2030 and we'll all be water. So this is actually pretty clever, I'm not going to lie. This is like now a standout contender for one of the best lip syncs because it doesn't look derpy. If anything, sometimes it can't quite handle what you're telling it to do. That's the only weakness it seems to have, is that every now and then you'll have a video that is kind of not, it doesn't work basically. Yeah, doesn't work. The guy is still talking after you finish talking, but that's all in the edit. You can just do a hard cut. All right. Now, obviously, the next thing is, unless you're really good at doing impressions, Electrolab says, "Oh, I just joined. It's no problem, mate. Don't worry. I'm just breaking your balls." So yeah, basically, if you can see, this is working great. All right. The workflow is already up. It's so basic that all I've really done is put my project file generator in there. That's all I've really done. This is literally the most base, the simplest implementation, because it is literally just video load, length adjuster, latent sync, and then video combine, and then obviously load audio, and the audio gets rerouted into the combine, and that's it. The author did say to use ping pong. There's also loop to audio, so it's up to you how you use it. So I'm guessing that if I had like more to say, I could probably put it on loop to audio. But anyway, I think this opens up the challenge for creating characters that have something to say, all right, and then having them be consistent. And then the last thing, of course, is it's going to open up masking. So background replacement for video is going to be a big deal. We've already got a lot of workflows out there that are doing it, but we're going to take another look at that on another live. So that was it. We've spent the first hour looking at this, and like I said, I just, all of the examples I've thrown up here, so all that's left is basically just to type it up. So loader lip sync pack, so I'll say DJZ workflows update loader lip sync pack. It's going to be using the latent sync. Okay. And then I'll get my football guy, chuck him in there. Vid to vid. So it is basically video to video. It's quite smart. I think the way that they're doing it is quite a smart method, because it's not actually like, it doesn't work like Sad Talker or some of the other WAV to lip. It doesn't work like that. I don't want to get into it too much, but it seems to be slowing down and speeding things up a little bit. So as in it's latent sync, right? Because it has, like I said, a speed node. Yeah. So we've got a length adjuster and then a sync node, which has a seed. So you can even do a retry if it didn't work so well. Saw the Electrolab, saw the examples you posted. They all got a lovely voice. You're too kind. Yeah, what I want to do next, of course, so there's a few things to look at with future of this little project. The first is background replacement. I want to have the same character in a different location. So that's going to require masking, it's going to require background removal, and it's going to require a context-aware background generation. All right? So there's going to be a couple of things that spin off that. And obviously the masking has to be good. So I have something planned called ring painting, which will make sense when we get there, but we won't be doing that tonight. So, like I said, it requires a little bit of preparation to make sure that's working properly. You know, I'm not going to mess you around with scratching my head for an hour on live, okay? So that's the main thing. This is the beginnings of talking heads again, yeah? But we can have him say whatever we want. Now, obviously, you'll be thinking, well, you don't want everyone to have the same voice. Maybe I'm not an impressionist, right? So obviously, we're going to have a look at the AI-generated voices again, because we need them, right? Okay, I think I've covered everything on this side of things. Yeah, pretty much. So just to run through it for anybody that kind of missed the beginning, we're using LTX video. We're doing 1280 by 736 for 105 frames. We're using my string painter node with a 32-bit hex code with a random min-max of between 20 and 50. And that will give us a consistent dude. Let's just run this again so we can see it still works. I did use both the old way of doing it and the new way of doing it. Where's the new way of doing it? Here we go, the new way of doing it. So one of them is using the normal 0.9.1 safe tensors B float with the built-in VAE. That's LTX video. So this one is the wrapper. I think I got the labels the wrong way round, okay? And then for this one, it says Kijai wrapper, but it's not. This one is the native implementation, but I've added in LTX perturbed, even though I'm on 0.91, but we're on the Q8 Jajuf. So like I said, I wanted to test that this is still working for both sides of things, and it does seem to be, all right? So it doesn't really matter how you load your LTXV, because the thing is, yes, you can do this with Hunyuan, but you'd be doing 704 by, what is it, 438? I forget the exact number. And also you're probably only able to do 3 seconds, not 4, which is a little, so it's half resolution with less duration time. You might only be able to handle 2 seconds, which isn't really long enough to, you know what I mean? You can't really say much in 2 seconds. So I think having the bigger dimension size and also the longer duration lends well to what we're trying to do here. There we go. It's the same guy, yeah, in the same room, but now he's got a different expression and he's talking slightly differently. So this is a you know, a perfect use case. You see, if you see what I mean, for the video variation feature that we already released about a month ago. So that means we can have the same character in the same place, and we can make lots of these, okay? And then we can have him say whatever we want. Now the next thing, of course, is to change the background, so we could put this man in a different location, right? Obviously, if he's in a studio, that's easy, because you can just use the same studio over and over again. You know, maybe this guy does interviews in this room. The challenge would be making composites of wide shots, because often when you have like an interview, it'll be person talking, another person talking in the same room, and then a wide shot of both people. You see what I mean? And that's difficult to pull off because of, well, what's he wearing? Is it the same face? You know? So, and also the spatial of the room, it needs to make sense, okay? It needs to be, you know, well, you could be clever about it and not show the wall behind the person, because you could have a completely different wall, but it needs to be like consistent and coherent. So there are challenges on this one, but they're not challenges you can't overcome with a little bit of control net here and there, okay? So this is we don't really need this anymore. What's that for? Nothing. It's for nothing. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to do is, obviously, I'm going to load that last video up, that one there, because it's, like I said, it's different. That's what we're looking for, same but different. So if I have my STG here, I should have an STG there. You see, they're different. It's the same guy. His background has changed a bit though, which is annoying. And like I said, the way you keep that under control is with the and his hair's changed a bit too, a little bit. Whoops. Yes, it has changed a bit, but it's the same suit, same tie, same shirt, same bloke. Ooh, like I said, but I think it's serviceable. I think it does work. Okay. And so, yeah, there you have it. So you've got consistent characters talking. Next, we want to make some different voice models. You could put those to the video. And then you've basically got your own TV show, essentially. Puppet. See, he's still talking at the end, which is a little bit of a problem. But there's ways you can fix that in post, so I'm not too fussed about it. I'm gonna chuck these in image sharing. There we go. Put that there. So then you've got this one, and then you got this one. It's so silly. All right. So that is the first feature done, out the door, completed. All right. Now then, let's put this back on where I get ready for the next feature. Oh yeah, photo of unsatisfied white cat in Cos XL. All right then, guys. I hope you enjoyed that first section. Like I say, the next bit is gonna be demos. I've got to do demos for all of my custom nodes. So you might not even know what my custom nodes were. But that's what I'm going to be looking at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this run for a little bit. If anybody's got any questions, just go ahead and ask. And I will be right back. I'm going to make myself a coffee. That's right. Running good. while the coffee machine's baking, let's change the size of this image, right? Let's go for 16:9 and see how that affects the generation. Hopefully it doesn't do 16:1 and make something insane. Yeah, I think it did. Cancel. There's no need to see that. Because it's on instant, it's so fast. Hang on. It looks pretty good actually. I don't think it I think it might have improved the outputs a little bit by doing 16:9. Right, I got my coffee. We can stop this. I thought it would take a bit longer. That's a good one. It's actually really good. So every now and then it will make some really good images. Like I say, there's a tutorial on how you can make Cosreal jugs or your own favourite variant by slamming together your two best SDXL models with the cosine, okay? And it's all in my merge checkpoints pack. If you go over onto DJZ workflows and go down to my merge tools, you'll see I've got the CosXL converter workflow, which is basically the same as the checkpoint merge compare SDXL. There's also a 1.5 version, so you can't do cosine, but you can do, you know, the merging of your favorite SD 1.5 checkpoints too. All right, and we might even take a quick look at that because it's something that people always ask about. All right, so I'm going to leave that for now. And like I said, you get good results. Merging fine-tunes is always an amazing way to get a very unique look out of your generations, so just keep that in mind. You can also bake LoRa's into your checkpoints as well, which is definitely an option. Yeah. So CosXL Pack V3. So did I remake this? CosXL Basic HD and then edit. Oh yeah, that's right, because there is actually a pix-to-pix variant. CosXL edit is slightly different way of talking to the model. I generally don't use that anymore. I just use the normal CosXL. But yeah, anyway, it gives you true black. So something you'll notice in these images is it's not dark grey, it's actually black. So you get better contrast in your image generations. All right. So it's time. It's time to make some examples, because the thing is, even though I've done the documentation again, what I need to do is I need to make new workflows. So let's just get one to start us off. If I go into DJZ nodes examples, and this is going to be fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take DJZ examples dataset word cloud. I'll take that one as my sort of template. Oh my god, there's far too many. We're going to have to delete these now. This is the thing I don't like about these. Just close them. Yeah. We did that. It's done. And if you didn't see it, well, there we go. What's it doing all the way down there? I wish it would just snap to center. Okay, so as you can see, if we were to take, say, let's take the newscaster agent, right? We never used web either, did we? So if we go to newscaster agent, as you can see, it's using Python, and yeah, it's using Python to create an image in the dimensions that we wanted, with the color palette that I've selected, with the background color that I've chosen, and then using the data set, which is basically, like, I call it a data set, but it's actually a prompt list. So every line is a prompt from a date. Anyway, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but the point is it makes a word cloud, right? The larger the word, the more common that is in the in the prompt list. Okay, so there's another one. White dress. Isn't that strange? I wonder why there was a white dress. It was supposed to be a man. So it looks like I did the right thing by picking that one. Should be the same every time or very similar. So if I was to pick, say, assassin, where is it? No, not assassin. Don't pick assassin. Why don't we go for Leviathan? Yeah. So you would think Leviathan 0 would be common because it's in every prompt, but raw photo is at the start of every single prompt. ZBZ Leviathan is the trigger word. That's also big, but figure might actually be bigger. So anyway, it's made us a word cloud, and like I said, it's like an analysis. Warm, cool. So I'll give different colours, right? So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to make a new workflow. And I'm going to say this one is aspect size. All right. Examples. Aspect size. Yeah. So obviously I'm going to want to do aspect size. Yeah. And let's say SDXL, and then we're going to do empty latent image, and we go width to width, height to height, and that's how it's used. Okay. I mean obviously that's going to go into a K sampler next, right? But I'm just going to mute it for now, because otherwise it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, do you know what? It's not going to hurt, is it? It's not going to hurt. Let's just do it properly, yeah? So load checkpoint. We'll use my real jugs. We'll go across to K sampler, and then I'm going to want to get my clip texting code. We'll get 2 of those. Should probably move this down a bit. Clip texting code, aspect size, new empty, put that into there, put this into there, this into there, this into there, and then we get our VAE decoder, which will go after that, and then we get a save image. There it is. And like I said, as I just showed you in the previous, when we were looking at the last one, 16 to 9, there it is. Okay, so if I was to run this now, oh, with no prompt, that's smart. I'm going to say bad, and here I'll say photo of annoyed white cat. And then while it's figuring itself out, I will save this and add it to my collection. Save as, export, and then I'll probably want to immediately start making aspect size v2, which is the same as aspect size for, let's do 4 to 5 on this one. It's the same thing. Now, if I was to explain what it actually does, what it does is it finds the best, so SDXL is 1024 by 1024. So what it does is it finds the best height and width, which are a total of 1024 by 1024, but also each side is divisible by the downscale factor, 64, which gives you better generations. Okay, so that's the purpose of this system, is to give you sharper images. So as you can see, that one looks pretty good. So now let's do another one, this one with aspect size v2. So let's just save that and export that. and then go to... See, it's like, do I need a screenshot? I mean, I think that really the only screenshot you actually need is this bit here. But it's kind of like you could show the whole workflow. Do you know what I mean? So I'm a little bit on the fence about whether I actually need to do a full thing or not. Wow, that's some black eyeballs. Black irises even. Let's do another one. Even better. Okay. He doesn't look annoyed to me, does he? I don't think he looks annoyed. Wait. We need to get like a really strong emotion, like disgusted. Can it actually... Ah, there we go. It's not. He's not having a great time. Okay, add that one to my collection. Some of these facial expressions crack me up. Right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add those two. I'll worry about the screenshots later. It would be nice to do it all at once, but I think it gets a bit too complicated and too time consuming. So, see, examples. These are the screenshots, I think. Unless, of course, yeah. I'm not putting the examples in there. Yeah. The examples are going to go into the workflows area. Workflows. So we're going to DJZ nodes examples, we're going to add there, and then we're going to add 1, and we're going to add 2, like that. There we go. And I can give that one a tick. And then we get to do batch offset. So next, let's just delete this. And it's going to be load video. Let's say load video upload, right? And we're going to want to go straight into a combined video. Okay. And we're going to put this one onto H.264. We're going to say 24. Okay. And then we're going to want to get a new video, or at least one from here. Let's get this one. Put that there. Take that down there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to batch offset one of these, right? Batch offset. Whoops. Batch offset. So if this is a 3-second long video, if I batch offset 35 frames, it should be... I think it's like 4, so that's actually 50. So if I do offset 49, like this, okay, and then we'll write a note, and I'll say batch offset allows you to, it's like clipping, it allows you to change the order of the batch sequence by it's kind of like, well, it's literally an offset, yeah, offsetting the start by the number of frames you wish to subtract. So if it's 105 frames and I do an offset of 49, the first half of the video will become the end of the video. Alright? Let's just give it audio as well. Why not? Alright. So let's put that there. Okay. And we'll run it. And then we'll say batch offset. And save as. And export. There we go. So as you can see, You can't really see it. Ah, look, the audio's off. See, audio's off. Okay, so you can see that the audio's now out of sync. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to see. Okay? So that's no good, right? This is... That's at least in sync, okay? So, there we go. So I should probably say, put a note there. What is it? You will notice that the offset sequence is no longer in sequence with the audio. It's very hard to show that off, but I hope that makes sense for people. So let's just save that. Oh, overwrite it, and we'll get another one, and then we'll have to rename it because I did two, didn't I? That's my bad. I had more stuff to add. So now we can do nodes examples, and then we can add upload file, and then we can throw that one in there, and that's another example done. Cool. And then we get to go on to the next one, which is batch range offset. Batch range offset. I don't think that's what I called it. I must have like got confused when I was writing that in there. So you got batch range. Yeah, that's not that doesn't exist. It's batch insert, which is coming up next. So let's just delete this. Go batch insert. Batch insert works differently than batch swap. So target sequence insert frames. So yeah, this is what goes at the end. So typically you'd need a thief first, right? The two things work together. It helps to actually have the thing here. Batch thief, there it is. So if we got a thief and we've got an insert, typically what we can do is we can do something to the middle frames, right? So say I go from 25 to 73, so the middle 2 seconds, I would want to match that here, 73. The difference with insert is that it can actually put more frames in the middle, okay? So if we go target, oh wait, hang on, this is the target, and then this is the insert. I haven't done anything yet, so what I think I'll do is I'll just use a simple interpolation. It should be simple enough. So double the number of frames in the middle. Alright, so we go thief, insert, interpolation, right? Simple. Hopefully, I only reinstalled my interpolation nodes today, so hopefully the model's actually in place. Let's find out. Oi, I need my things. There we go. Batch insert, yep. So it looks like it's loading. Is it downloading stuff for the first time? Yeah, it is, yeah. Okay, fine. I'll take it. So you could have done anything, really. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's two nodes to put edited frames back in. Thief is going to crop everything outside of the range that you selected from that sequence. So the whole video is this line, and then this is the crop. So start to end, that's what you end up with. And then what we're going to do is we're going to double the number of frames, and then we're going to use insert to put them back in. And what will happen is you'll end up with, it'll be longer in the middle, right? So I should probably make another one which is not edited. It's probably a good way to show it, actually. So that's unedited. In fact, you know what? I could probably just put them next to each other. No one's going to care. And I'll say original. Original. And then edit. Okay. Has it done it yet? Oh, right. It had to clear cache every 10 frames, and I gave it quite a lot of frames. Okay. And then we'll need a note. So the edit video has had the middle 2 seconds, which is roughly 49 frames, interpolated 2x. Batch insert respects the length of the new frames when they are inserted. Okay, because swap doesn't, right? Swap actually respects the gap, so anything you've done gets clipped. Okay, that's the difference between the two nodes, basically. So as you can see here, and then this one, look how it goes into slow motion, and you can see the audio's out of sync. This means that the audio will go out of sync. I mean, it's kind of, you know, but this is a good use case for it, is doing slow motion. The only problem is, of course, if you had audio, it does break that. Because, of course, what you needed to do was you needed to sort of slow down the audio for that central part as well. I haven't got a node that does that yet, but maybe that's something else I could make. I wonder if we could do that, actually. Audio slow down. Because you're going to need audio thief and audio insert. There's all kinds of stuff that you need there. But the point I'm trying to make is the audio is really to just give you a reference of what's going on. If I, you know, show that it's going into slow motion in the middle. Okay. So that would be batch insert. Did we save this one yet? Nope. Okay. Save that. Batch insert and export. And then we add that one to the examples. I already have examples for insert up for the slow motion that we did with Framer, but it works as well with Rife. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter which interpolation you use. Okay? It's just I think that Framer is newer. Framer is newer. So we did a Framer pack which has this, and it uses the same setup of thief and insert. So then, of course, the next one I've got to do is batch, range, swap. And like I said, the difference between batch, range, swap and insert is this respects the length of the new sequence that's being inserted. Whereas swap, if there's only that many frames in the range, there's only that many frames in the range. It doesn't matter what you put into it, they'll get cut off. So swap is swap, insert is insert. It's like... Okay, so we can get rid of that, put that up like that. And so what will happen is the audio will still fit. He'll go into slow-mo for the middle 2 seconds, but it'll still fit, basically. Kind of. It'll look wrong. Let's look at the same here. Okay, batch swap respects the length of the range. Okay. This means the video will not match the audio, but it stays the same length. Okay, so we're not changing the length of the video. The first one changed the length, so see how it catches up? So we went slow motion in the middle, but we didn't actually include all of it. It only took half of the interpolated frames, and then it just carried on the video with the last however many long, right? So that's batch thief, batch range swap. Okay, I'll save that, export that, go to I'm going to go to nodes examples, upload that and chuck that in there. That's another one, because what I've done is if I go into my nodes, there's now a nodes index, okay? And if you look at the nodes index, every single node has its own documentation, but they are missing workflows, okay? So this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a bunch of example workflows to demonstrate how you can set these up, what they're for, that kind of thing. So like if I went to batch insert documentation, it's going to give me a full breakdown of everything that that node does in full exhaustive detail, okay? So it's, you know, clear what it does, but I wanted to give examples as well, so that's pretty much what I'm doing. Okay, so that's another 2 done. So the next one is batch thief. Well, batch thief, there it is. It's thieving. I want to come up with some other, I know, DJZ datamosh v2. I need a sequence length for that. I don't want to do math. I don't want to do. So what I'm going to, I'll just use DJZ datamosh 1. That doesn't have a length on it. So any processing effect, it can be any processing effect you want. Okay. So this one is going to be batch thief. I can spell. I swear. Okay. Batch thief crops the range from a batch sequence, allowing you to do things to it. Yeah. Upload voice. Boom. Oh right, I forgot. This one's really slow. Try it again. With a shift range 4 makes it less precise. That's strange. What, did it cache it? Still slow. I think the first one I made was the slowest of all of them, and then later nodes got much faster. So in fact, let's try V3. Yeah, that doesn't require. Yeah. We'll do it like this then. It's still doing it though. I don't think it's actually stopping the process, guys. I think it's ignoring me. Yep, it's ignoring me. Never do that. So we're just going to go back here. We're going to go back here. We're going to run it again and get a new terminal. Hopefully it'll listen to me this time. funny though, I get ahead of myself sometimes. So batch thief, we're going to get rid of that because it takes too long. I want something quick and snappy. Because there's been so many custom nodes lately. And sometimes I feel like I haven't really had a chance to explain what they actually do. So let's get rid of that. Put that back there. On iframe removal, start 0, end -1 just means the whole range. And there's so many ways you can use these as well, because just because you want to start here, you don't have to swap back to where it came from. You know, it just makes sense to do it that way. Like, you could put it into a different place, but obviously that's like a design challenge. You know, did you want to do that? Usually you'd have a reason why you were doing that. Alright, let's run it now. And I'm pretty sure this will be the one. Yep, overwrite it, and then export it, and then find the duplicate, get rid of the original, go to there, like that. So we lost the iframes. There we go. So we lost the iframes, but it didn't do anything else. Yep. So that's good. That one's good. Oh, nuts. I got to do it from here. There we go. So that's batch thief done. Next one is DJZ load latent and DJZ load latent v2. So that's going to be fun because you can't really demonstrate that like this. It might need a completely new setup here. So load latent. Technically, you've got to save a latent first. I mean, it should work with an image, but it's kind of like, why would you do it with an image? So, how about we use our SDXL checkpoint stuff again? I'm probably going to have to make this so many times, but it wouldn't be the first time, would it? Okay, so there and there. Put that in there. Put this one in here. And then again, we're just going to do a latent image. Just do that like that, it's fine. Although, it is 1024 by 1024. And then obviously the VAE. Decode, like that. Put that there. And then we'll just do a preview. And we're going to do, again, photo of unsatisfied. In fact, disgusted cat was pretty funny. I'm going to do that. Disgusted cat. And I'm just going to say bad. So we generate that. And that will make a cat. I didn't say white. White cat. Okay. So how the hell do we use my latent, load latent, right? Okay. So the first thing we're going to have to do is save the latent, right? So disconnect that from there. Take these, bring them down here, put that into there, and then we're going to do save latent, right? Like that. And hopefully it doesn't break, because it's been a while since I've used this. It might be that I need to change it. See, this one here is a beta node, so you can't really be sure that it doesn't need to be changed. So let's just, let's just mute that for a second. What the hell? Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I missed. Oh, thank God it actually remembered. Let's do it again. Okay. And then, if I then hit R, now I've got two latents. So, for example, if I go for the second latent, VAE missing. Oh yeah, leave that on. There we go. There. You might think, well, what's the point of that? Do you know what I mean? What is the point of that? Well, in this case, it doesn't really matter. But if you have like a 6 GB system or an 8 GB system, it's possible to fit more onto your card before you run out of overhead, because we're not doing it all in one process. We're saving the latent first, and then we're loading the latent separately from a file, not from memory, you see. Because the latent's not in memory, you save some overhead. Now obviously with an image it's not much, but with a video it's huge. So I'm demoing it with an image because it's simple, but the reality is that this is actually for video. Okay, so I'm going to say note here, 2-stage inference, 1 encode to .latent, 2 decode .latent to video. What the heck? Did it just stop being ridiculous? I don't want to. Okay. Demo used images to save on speed. Save speed? 4 speed. But the concept is the same. Let's put that there. And you might think, well, hang on a minute, if I don't mute this, how does that work? Well, it's just going to save latent every time and not make image. Yeah, got to push R. Push R to refresh the list of .latent files. Otherwise, you won't, you won't see the new one. So if I go at this, it's now going to make number 5. Okay, and then I can see this one R, or number 4, I guess. Now I got number 4. And you think, well, hang on, this is really tedious. And yeah, it is. That's why I made the V2, which I'm going to get to in a sec. Let's make this a bit more compact. Bring it down like that. There we go. So this one is going to be load latent. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I just... Yeah, I did. Press the wrong button. Save it. Export it. Put it in the pack. Where are we? No, it's not in there. Nodes examples. Add, upload, and load latent. Alright, so now we can look at load latent v2. See, I got annoyed with going next batch, next queue, next queue, next queue. I got annoyed with that because obviously what I was doing was I was batching this. So I'd say 100, I'd save all the videos to latent file, yeah. And then I would come in the morning and I'd go, right, mute that, unmute this, and then I was only processing latents. And of course that's annoying because you had to click next latent queue, like I was saying. So I made a V2 version because a lot of people asked for it, which basically had batch support. So as you can see, we got everything. It even tells you what file you're on, because some people got a bit confused. If I press R, I hate that Laura inserter thing in the text boxes. Yes, Throttlemouth. It's so annoying when it tries to autocomplete video. I'm not trying to use a Laura here. I might turn that off if I ever bothered that much. But yeah, this is actually not a list. You're not well, it is a list. You're not loading from this list. This is just showing you what ID each file is. Okay? So then if I wanted, say I want to render this one, 3, I would set it to 2, because that's the number in brackets. So let's just mention that down here. Okay. Latent index is a list of all .latent files in the output folder. Seed, oh wait, the number in square brackets, yeah, is the is used by the seed to load the file. Okay, so just to give you a rough demo of how this would work, what I do is I look at this, I say, oh, okay, so I've got 5 latents here, so I'm going to set this to 0, put it on increment, and I'm going to queue 5, okay, and hit Q. Yeah, it does actually help to not mute the checkpoint. There we go. And then what it's going to do is it's going to step through each file, and it's going to render each latent just the decode side. So it's like, because obviously half the memory is taken up on the K-sampler, and it's less relevant with images, okay? But with video, this is a huge concern, because it has to kind of hold the files in memory, and that is subtracted from your overhead. The smaller your card and the smaller your RAM, the more of a problem this is. But certainly on a 4090, I was able to get higher resolution and more frames out of Mochi, and people have done the same thing with LTX. So I don't see how this isn't going to work with unless there's some kind of major back-end change. Yeah, it's going to be the same for all the video in Comfy UI. So unless they actually change the back-end code, it's going to be the same story. But it's a 2-stage process. You can have them both on like this, but that's not the intention. The intention is to mute one half, and often what I do is I go add group, okay, and I'll say like this, and like this, and then we'll put a fast group bypasser. And why is there only one why is there only one? Why is there only one? There are 2 groups here. Why is there only one? Oh, it's because they're both called group. That's my bad. Lazy. So this would be decode.latent, and then this one would be encode latent. Alright, that's all we're doing. So I hope you can understand that. It breaks the job up into 2 bits. Alright, so there we have that there, we have that there, and the idea is that you would use one side at a time. Yeah. Flip the switch, and now you've got it on a different side. That's the idea anyway. I don't know how people use my stuff, but you know, this is the intention. So think about that. Okay. swap the fast bypasser. Should be obvious, but I'll write it in there anyway. And this one would be V2. And like I said, if you have hundreds of latents to process, it's just a case of queuing up the 100 to make them. And then, and you know, something else that I do, in fact, is I put my project file path on here to organize them. But so then it's all in one folder, but I'm not going to make things even more complicated. You know what I mean? I can see this is definitely a niche thing, which, yeah. Anyway, so let's just save that. Save as, export, and then we're going to throw this, add file, throw this in here. That's another one. Done. I hope you're all doing okay tonight. I know it might seem like we're having a little bit of slow time here, but I don't know. This is the stuff that I have to get done, so I don't even know. All right. Okay, so next up is FFX Faderama. So what we have is we have an image 1 and we have an image 2, and then it's going to give us a sequence. Yes, when people know... See, the trouble is they don't even know because I've never done anything on it. You know what I mean? It's like niche. You would have had to catch that exact video. Throttlemouth just said, I'd say a lot of Comfy UI users with 12 gigabyte and below will be thanking you eventually. And the stress is on eventually, because the problem is no one's really interested in this kind of stuff until they need it, and then they can't find it because they don't know what it's called. So all I'm trying to do is, you know, be that guy, basically. So this is going to be Combine. Oi, I'm doing stuff here. Combine. It did a load of shortcuts. I hate the shortcuts. I don't care about shortcuts. Right, here we go. So they're kind of pointless to me. Don't save me any time at all. All it does actually is cause craziness. Like I press W and it opens this. It's like I was actually just trying to type and it just didn't catch when I did this. It didn't do this. Yeah, sometimes it does this. Sometimes that doesn't come up. Sometimes something else comes up and you have to click search. It's very strange. It's almost like, I don't know, like a ghost in the machine. So we're going to do load image. So there's Titus. We're going to go load image 2. We're going to go to the next image. So there's the next image. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say, I'm going to use RGB, or no, open channel doors. All right. I don't know why it's trying to give it a file name. Oh, well, I guess that does. But I'm not going to save it. I'm just going to put it straight in here. I don't know why it's got a file name prefix off the top of my head. There's probably a reason for it, but I can't think right now. Okay. So frame rate 24. So I'm going to use number of frames 24. So then it's going to take 1 second for this transition to occur. Okay. And this is again based on one of my old Colab notebooks, just made into a Comfy node. So this would be FFX Fade O Rama. So let's just run it. And what it's going to do is it's going to take the first image and the second image and it's going to do a transition. There's the transition types. There's a whole bunch of them. And then it will output that as a batch sequence, which will then get saved as a video. Could be a GIF, whatever. So like I said, this is one of my image transition tools. And this is kind of why I'm doing this, by the way, because I've got so many nodes and a lot of people don't even know what they are. And that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to up my game on the documentation side. So here we go. As you can see, it's doing what I just asked it to. Okay. Now you might think, well, hang on a minute. You barely see what it is, but it depends. It depends which one you pick, doesn't it? and it depends how many frames you pick, you know. And also I could have done stuff like repeat frames and then afterwards repeat frames so that it sort of holds on the first image and then it holds on the second image, but I'm not here to demo that. I'm just literally showing how this node works, right? So it's doing glitch doors, open channel doors. It's also got like fade to white, fade to black. It's got stuff like that as well, okay? But again, I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to go crazy. Did I just make 5 of them? I think I did. All right. So again, DJZ node examples. We're going to add that one. We're just going to plug through these. You're just basically sitting over my shoulder right now. So that's another one done. Next is going to be image size adjuster. If you remember aspect size, which we did earlier. Aspect size. Let me just get it up so I can refresh your memory. So aspect size is my aspect ratio selection thing, which goes into the empty latent. Okay, so that would be for text to image. When we're doing image to image, we actually can't use this because we don't use an empty latent, right? So here, let me show you. Empty. So this would be how it's used, right? And then this would go into a K sampler. Okay, so this would be how you use aspect size. Okay, so it's going to automatically find the best height and width for me using formula, making sure that it's downscale factor safe. But what happens when we want to do VAE encode? What happens when we want to do that instead? Well, obviously we're going to load a VAE and we've got to load an image, so we can't use this. You see, this one can't use it, right? So what I did was I made image size. Does help if you spell right. Image size adjuster. We'll do the first one here. So as you can see, it's quite interesting, because I didn't want to take over the whole of Comfy, right? What I was trying to do was basically say, use an image, use whatever resize tool you like, yeah? Right? So if we have a load image node, there's our man Titus again. So let's just make this nice. So go like that, go over there, go over there. So image resize, image size adjuster. So I'm going to flow through this, and what it's going to do is it's going to find the best height and width divisible by 64 and totaling 1024 by 1024, and then all we have to do is supply the height and width to an image resize node, put the actual image in here, and then we can put the image in like that. And what I would do is I would always say fill crop, because it might be that you lose a few pixels off the edges, okay? But that way you know it's not getting stretched or skewed in any strange way, right? So load VAE, and I guess we'll just do the standard. I mean, it doesn't matter because we're not really doing it. All right. Because like I said, it's just, yeah. It's supposed to just not be important. Prompt has no outputs. Prompt has no outputs. I think we might have to do it. We might have to just do it. Because otherwise it's going to be like, it's going to be annoyed. So let's do SDXL. Let's build out the rest of it. It's kind of annoying because I'm just trying to show the principle of how it works, because it can work with anything really. Cos real jugs. Let's try it. It can only go horribly wrong. So we'll put the VAE there, get rid of this. I think it's got the VAE built in. It's been a while since I've used that for that, but I'm pretty sure it does. What the? Why did we get 3 of them and none of them are hooked up? None of them are hooked up. What the heck? There we go. See, this would be the negative prompt, and this would be the positive prompt. So we'll go positive and negative. Let's bring this up here a little bit. Let's just chuck that over there. Let's just chuck that over there. So this is the encode. And then obviously we're going to need a VD code. And then we're going to do a preview, because I'm not trying to save these. Okay. And we'll say, a man in armor is grinning. Bad. Ugly. So what this is going to do is it's going to automatically find the best height and width. That's what image size adjuster is all about. It's like the opposite of an aspect size, because it does automatic aspect sizing, I guess you could say. It's going to find the best. Anyway. And obviously it's got the exposed downscale factor. There's a V2, but we'll get to that one in a minute. So we'll say image size adjuster. And the denoise should probably be at 0.3. It's probably a rule of thirds is probably a good place to start. Okay. I appreciate this might be a bit of a niche segment to what I normally run on my live shows, but it's got to be done. I got to get it done. Okay. A man in armor is grinning. Did it even do anything? It feels like it didn't even do anything. Oh no, it did. What the hell? So let's put up the denoise, shall we? What? It's changing his facial expression ever so slightly. I think that the default is actually 0.75 for image to image. Whoa, that's way too much. This was a problem that we always had with pre-Flux AI image models. It's like, oh, okay. So there's like a point where it suddenly switches to something completely different. There we go, look, there we go, 0.6. So it's the same picture, but it's not. So we can go down like 0.55. Oh dear, that's actually silly. I like that. We're going to leave it at 0.55. That's a good one right there. So did I already save it? No. Export, yeah. Okay, and we want to go into examples. We want to go to add, and we want to add another one. There it is, done. And then we get to look at image size adjuster V2. Now the difference between image size adjuster V1 and V2 is you get more options. So it's still got the adjusted width and height that goes into your resize node. But now you've got extra bits. So in addition to the model type and the downscale factor, and by the way, that's 512 by 512. That's 1024 by 1024. And this is, I think, 3072 by 3072. So Cascade was actually a cool model. It's just it left an orange peel texture on everything, and that wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. Bit of a shame. It was looking like a good model until everyone noticed when they zoomed in that everything had this weird texture on it. Omni Chromatica, your videos are always amazing. Thank you very much, good sir, and I appreciate you coming along. Interestingly, you know how we have a downscale factor here of 64? 0 means it's not doing a downscale factor. Now it's up to you if you want to make it 64 there as well, but because we're doing it here, it's going to respect the values. So you don't really need to do it in both places. Sometimes you'll see that I do it in both places, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Now we've got extra stuff here. So for example, I always say rounding method up, but you might want to do rounding method down, because there is obviously, if I say calculator, I want to just show you what this is actually doing, all right? So if I have a size of 1024 and I divide that by 64, what I get is a nice round 16. And it's the roundness which is what makes the image better, okay? If I was to say 1025 and divide it by 64, of course it helps if you actually reset. 1025 divided by 64, you will see it doesn't go. And this produces a bad image, okay? Because it can't do it, right? And a lot of the time you'll notice that when you have to pick your height and width, it will skip some numbers, and that's because it's trying to save you from this. Divisible by 8 is actually what's going on here, okay? Because it's computer code, it likes divisible by 8 numbers. Now I just say 64 because I know that 64 by 64 is like a tile size that's a minimum. It's like a minimum tile size. So if you guarantee that your thing is in chunks of 64, I mean, if you look at some of the new video models, they're actually by 32, but it's the same concept, okay? It's divisible by 8. And you could even say divisible by 2. And the reason I made my aspect size and image size adjuster in the first place was because Cascade Stage A, which was the final stage, couldn't do certain height and widths because they weren't divisible by 2. And the problem was that if you did, say you did 512 and then you times that by 2, that's 1024, okay? But if you do 768, you times that by 2, it's 1536. So you're okay, right? And you might think, well, what the hell is he talking about? Well, what happens if I did divide by 2? It's 384. So let's divide that by 64. 6, yeah? And again, it's like, well, what the hell is he talking about? There are some numbers which are odd numbers, and when you double them, they become evens, okay? But when you double them again, when you halve them, so it's like it's not divisible by 64 until you double it, and then it is. So it's like there are certain heights and widths that you can pick. So if I did 385 and I times it by 2, well, yeah, that's actually a good one. You get 770. Divide that by 64. Doesn't go. So you'd have to do 12 times 64, which is 768, right? 11 times 64, 704. If you've been doing video generation lately, you will be familiar with these numbers. These are the good numbers, yeah? So again, I could do 13 times 64. Yeah, hang on. We've got to close it off. Right. If I do 13 times 64, I get 832. But anything in between 704 and 832 doesn't divide by 64. Now, if you use 32, right? So if I do 26 times 32, it'll be the same output. But if I do 25 times 32, that gives me 800. So essentially, I'm getting an extra position between 768 and 832. And that's one of the reasons why they're doing divisible by 32. Alright, I know it's a bit like, oh my god, numbers, but it makes sense, okay? And so this is basically taking the hard work out of it for you. We've got a cap, okay? And we've got the ability to force the square, right? So make it 1-to-1. There's all types of options, but generally speaking, I just use it for the up or down. Because if you remember, when we were doing the math just now, there's a choice, yeah? You can up or down, right? And so this is what it's doing, is it's looking at what this is, because this could be anything, right? And I find it's better to go up and then use fill crop than go down and use like stretch, which is horrible. I think fill crop is better, and you just go up Okay, so that's what's going on. And then obviously we've got a cap on here to stop things getting out of control. But you shouldn't ever hit, with SDXL, you shouldn't ever hit 2048. Because that would be like 1 pixel by 2047 is the... Anyway. I don't want to get too crazy. But yeah, that's what's going on there. So image adjuster V2 is identical as image adjuster V1. All right. It's going to give you the exact same result. There it is. Look at this guy. I love it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to say V2. And let's see, copy that and export. And then put it up on the GitHubs. In examples. Upload the files and throw him in there like that. Now the next one is kind of experimental because I made it for Mochi. So I made a special version of this for Mochi for the image to video stuff. And the way you know that is because it has a Mochi preset. So in other words, SD is 512 by 512, SDXL is 1024 by 1024, Cascade is 3072 by 3072, and Mochi, do you know what, I don't even remember what it is off the top of my head. But I'm pretty sure that if I go into my index, I'll be able to find out. And this is the whole point of why I'm doing this. So image size adjuster V3, if I go to documentation, look, Mochi, video optimized with fixed dimensions, 848 by 480 for landscape, and 480 by 848 for portrait. So yes, you heard that right. What that means is it's going to automatically switch it up. So if I give it this one, if I put it on Mochi, let's just plug it in and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we will drop that down to there, get rid of this and push this up. So it looks identical. Obviously we have a downscaling factor of 8 because that's what's recommended for video, even though they all say 32. So like I said, you can go with if the model author says 32, you just say 32. It's why I exposed it, okay? And it's going to make it bigger. It's going to prefer making it bigger so that fill crop will take out the 8 or 32 or whatever the edges are that are over the mark, right? But the whole point of this is it's going to automatically detect whether you are doing a tall or a widescreen image, right? So if I go like this, you see how the resolution has changed, okay? But here's the thing. If I give it a tall video, let's see if I can find a tall one. Do I have any tall ones? It's just a whole lot of Titus. These are all MP4s. These are all MP4s. Do we have any images? Do we have any more images? Have I got to find one myself? Yep, I got to find one myself. All right, hang on. Maybe I'll just drop one in there. Do I need to... This is why I should have had that other thing open, because I could just quickly make one. Real Jugs XL. What's this? Ah, this is the latent stuff. No. Let's get the aspect size demo. There. Okay, and this is 4:5. So how about I make it 9:16, so it's tall, right? And just queue that one up. It's the same model, so it's already loaded. There we go. So now we've got a very strange looking body position there. Save that. And in fact, let's just do another one that isn't 9:16. Let's do one that's like 3:4, so you can get an idea of what happens when it doesn't have an exact 16:9, right? So save that one and just go back to the last thing, and then let's just throw this one in here. So as you can see, this is now tall aspect ratio, right? And with no changes, it should detect it being it's detected it being a tall aspect ratio, so no change required. So it doesn't matter if you were using a batch, it doesn't matter, it's just going to automatically detect and then make it the best size for the model that you're working with, which is Mochi in this case. That's what it was made for. So again, let's just show you the one that was not 16:9, that one, and then you get to see what it does. It's probably going to crop it a little bit, yeah. So there's some cropping occurs is what happens. Right, let me just put something on the screen. I gotta go check the plumbing. I'll put the drift video on. I really don't need to see ads though. There we go. Alright boys, I'll be back in just a minute. Fractal turbulator. Excellent. Wow. Looks like my brother is downstairs drilling fractal turbulators into his Dorito pistons, which is a normal thing that happens. Okay, so where were we? We were looking at this one and showing how it can automatically detect tall or wide. See, that was one thing I wanted, something that could switch between tall and wide, and so that's pretty much what I did. So let's just call this one V3 and move on. It's made for video, really. Mr. Super Fake Name says, I was playing with some car videos. An interesting prompt that I found that worked with Hun Yuan was in a pure white void. The upside is that multiple videos all have a really close background. Interesting. Makes me wonder if they were training on video game footage, because you can do that. And there are a lot of video games like Forza, where the end of the race is often a car driving on a solid white background. Makes me wonder. Not sure, I'm not making any, assumptions. I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, Alright, so we will now do a save as, and then we will export, and then we will go over to my workflow pack, go into the examples, and upload files, and this one's going to be the V3 image size adjuster, which, as I said, is the image-to-image version of aspect size. So it fixes the height and width. Okay. So then we got load video batch frame. Okay, so this is going to be a fun one. Probably don't need all of this stuff anymore, so let's just get rid of all this. I'll make it again, I'm sure. Load video batch frame. So load video batch frame, what does it do? Well, excuse me. You're going to need, well, do you know what? You don't actually need primitives to drive this. But I do, because the whole point is that you can iterate through a folder of videos. Right? Because right now, index is just index. You'd have to click next every time you want the next video. And you can do it like that. Okay? Because the idea here is that I want to see frame 24. Right? So if I go to a folder, let's go to output, Comfy UI, output. There's probably some videos here. Yeah. We'll just use that as the default. Right. So path, Comfy UI output. Yeah. But we do want a primitive, because the whole point is that you can iterate with increment mode. Or decrement mode, increment mode, right? That's the whole point. So you have a directory which has videos in it, and you want to batch automate processing of those videos. That's what this is for. So, oh, hang on. We got more comments. Throttlemouth says, Alpha or Omega Wankle? It's a 13B from an RX-8. Mr. Super Fake Name, he's a specialist with the RX-8 engines. He does engine swaps and all sorts down there. Mr. Super Fake Name, except I was dumb and made a batch of videos in WebP because stupid workflow, and I have to convert them. Oh no! I know that feel, man. You put the when you do combine video, the default is image GIF. That's caught me out a few times, so I've done the thing, batched it and run away, left it running, and forgot to do that. And then I'm like, why have I got a bunch of GIFs? So yeah, I feel you. Okay, so in fact, that is actually what I wanted. Yeah, do you know what? Control Z. I'll have that back. Okay, go like that, there. And then file name text, we'll do show text, alright? So this here is now set up to literally load a video, the first video in the list, I'll put it on fixed, go queue, there's the first video in my thing. Hang on a minute, why isn't it playing? Huh? Oh yeah, my bad. What am I doing? This isn't even a video. This is for loading one specific... Yeah. So do a preview. Because this... I forgot for a second there what the point of this workflow was. Okay, so this is for grabbing a single frame out of a video. Okay. So let's just put a note in here. This node is designed to pull a single frame from a video with batch directory support. Use increment on the index to iterate through a folder of videos. Use frame number to choose which frame you want. Now, I have since made a better node, which we're going to look at next. Okay? which you can do this with and more, but I made this one first, so you know, that's what it's for. See, if I go number 1, it's going to do, and then number 2, it's probably the same video, there we go, number 3, number 4, okay, and we're going to get back to this, by the way. I just decided to do all of this stuff first. So if you missed the start of the stream, the first hour, did a whole bunch of new stuff. And now I'm just going through this because I need to get it done. I'm halfway through. And looking at the next nodes, it's actually getting easier. There's less explanation required. So we're on the downhill slope now. So increment. See, all I have to do, next, 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 next. It's going through different videos in the folder until eventually it just says there are no more. You see, I'm getting a different folder down here. They all look the same right now. Now we're getting different videos, look. Alright. Obviously 0 starts from the top of the folder. So it now allows you to have a folder of 30 videos, and you can do 30 queue, and off it goes. It's just going to do whatever it is, because it's not, obviously, you haven't even done anything. You're probably going to do something. I use this for captioning videos. Okay, so I can pick which frame I want to caption, and then I can do some string operations on the output of the caption and turn it into like a video prompt or whatever. That's usually the usual thing I'm doing. All right, so let's just put this back to 1. And this one is going to be load video batch frame. Load video batch frame. Go like that, copy that, save as. Yeah, just in case you were wondering, he's putting golf balls on the pits of his pistons. And they are Doritos. You're like, golf balls? What? Well, you know, like the little dimples that you get on golf balls. Anyway, he's doing crazy mods to his pistons right now. Okay, I don't know if it's coming through on the mic. Hopefully it's not too bad if it is coming through. But like I said, I love it, mate. I love the stuff. Okay. I think that is good. So the next one is obviously load batch directory. Do we... Okay. Video directory. There we go. Load video directory is the next one. And it's very similar. So again, we have an index. Oi. We have an index. We copy that. We have the same. We have the path. But we don't select a frame this time. If I put that there. Put that there. Probably not preview image. Now we need video combined. Okay. So let's just get rid of that one. Put that one in its place. Bring that down a bit. Okay. So this one is called load video directory. It's a lot like the last one, only it doesn't pull one image, because I realized something, okay? If I wanted to do that, I could actually just do select images, and I could say 25, and then I could do a preview, and then I could show what that image was, which is, this is how I do it now, right? And so that way we've got the video as well. Oh wow, look at that. There's someone called Glitch Factory who's doing the power of Imagine with Kling AI and Sora and Comfy. I don't know how he's doing Comfy with Sora and Kling, but hey, hashtags are what they are, no hate. Okay, so this node is designed to pull a single frame. No, it's not. This node is designed to pull a video. Pull a video. Load a video. Load a video with batch directory support. So again, you increment through. Okay, so obviously 0 is the first video in the directory. But we have got skip frames and max frames. So if, say I only want to have 30 to 60. That's all I want. I only want the 30 frames in the middle. You know what I mean? if that's what I want. And then I could say, oh, 30 frames. And then I could do this. It doesn't load audio, though, at the moment, which is kind of annoying. But that's an oversight on my part. Because at the moment, we haven't really been working with audio. Okay, and then, again, here's the preview. So that's image 25, and this is 30 to 60 only. Okay? Hope that makes sense. Like that. MZ, oh hey, welcome, welcome. Glad you could join us. So yeah, this right here allows you to iterate through a folder of videos. And if you want, you can still grab a single frame like the last workflow allowed you to do, like the last node. But this allows you to take the full sequence and do all kinds of other stuff with it. So I see this as being like a much better node. But like I say, I didn't need to do this at the time, so I didn't make this one. This is the second one, right? So that's the reason for that. So this is actually going to give you the full use increment on index to integrate, or use frame number to choose. Yeah, no, you don't need that part. There you go. Can use image or select images to take a single frame, but now you get the whole sequence too. All right, so I hope that makes sense. Oi. Copy that, save as, yes, export. Looks like I already did it, so let's have a look. Yeah, I did. Wait, I don't see another one. Why is it saying I already made this one? Have I already done this? Am I like completely insane? I can't see the other one here, so it must have been on a different day. Let's have a look. Batch directory. No, it's not there. That's weird. That's super weird. I bet if I try to change it, it won't let me. There's already one in my folder. I'm never going to find it. There's like 6,686 files in this. Yeah, I'm never going to find it. Okay, fine. So now it's changed it to 2. Do you know what? I'm just going to upload it with a number on the end. It's not going to hurt. Throttlemouth says, doesn't that only worth doing for diesels? Wicked if it works on a Dorito. Well, I think that's what his plan is, to find out. So, yeah, he's going to find out. That's basically what he does. He does R&D. Very cool stuff. Very cool. He's fixed a whole bunch of stuff with loads of things like this. So, and the Chinese are chomping at his heels with some patents on stuff that he's doing as well, which is kind of funny. But they still haven't actually solved a lot of the things he has. So, okay. Nope, not there. Alright, cool. So what are we going to do next? We've done that one. Load video directory is done. Batch directory is done. We've also got load text directory, which is a new one that we made just last night. So load text directory. So this one is quite interesting because a lot of the time I'll have a data set and I'll want to load. So index goes there. Let's say the path. Let's say that the path is the same. Do I even have text files in my outputs folder? I don't think I do. No, I do not. So, where would they be? I know I saved them in here. Florence, FPV, cap. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got some captions. Right, so let's go and use that. Obviously, this is no good to anybody else, but it's not going to be images, not a video combine. It's not a video combine. It's just show text, and we will make another one for the file name. So file name and this, and then we'll do something like this. Oi, oi. There we go. That'll do. So what's going to happen when we do this? Click, and then it's going to go to the next one automatically. So I can iterate through. And the idea is actually to match the video, right? So when I'm loading the video, I can load the caption for that video at the same time. Sound check. What's up? I think I'm coming through okay. Is there something wrong with the sound, Lucas? I'm hoping it still sounds okay. Let's just have a look here. Yeah, I can hear myself. Whoa, there's a big old lag there. Let's go right to the end, please. Right to the end, please. Yep, looks like I'm good. Should be good. Anyway, I can hear it. Okay. Right. Segment 11. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, test. 1, 2. So there we have it. 3, 4, 5. See, it's loading the next caption. So, but it's loading each file. Okay. So it's a little bit different from the prompt list where that requires everything to be in a single file. Thank you, Throttlemouth. Appreciate you. Yep, sounds fine, sir, he says. Okay, so what's this one going to do? This is designed to load a text file. Okay, through a folder of text files. Get rid of that. And that's all she wrote. Like I said, there's a number of things which this is useful for. There's no need for me to like go into it. Load text. It's loading a text file by directory on batch increment. That's what it is. Okay. I don't want to go over the top with the explanation. It should be pretty simple. Obviously, it gives you the file name, which you can send off and use for the file name to save the caption. That's the whole point of this anyway, or one of them. Okay. So loads examples, upload files, and then we're going to do... I think I already did batch frame. Load text directory. Let me just check. So if we go into nodes examples, we've got load text directory, load video directory. I forgot to upload load batch frame. Okay. Maybe. It won't hurt to overwrite it if it is there and I just couldn't see it. Yeah, there we go. Now they're all there. That bracket 2 is going to annoy me, but it's fine. Okay, so now we've done that one. It's save text. So again, I had issues with... I wanted to save the text. So... yeah, I can think of a way to do this. Save text, use my save text. So the difference between my save text and other save texts is that you can pick output, input or temp, which are your main comfy UI output or input or temp folders. You can also put the file name .text there as a connection, so you can turn this into an input, right? And then finally you've got this, the append, overwrite new, and insert new line or not. So obviously if you have it on new only, you don't need to do insert. So there's lots of different options. And then it's going to give out the final file path and the text again, so you can pass through the text. The big difference with this is it will actually make subfolders for you. A lot of the save text nodes out there don't do new folders. So if you're using something like my project file path node, okay, if you're using my project file path node and you want to put that there like this, file, okay, and obviously you'd want to feed the file name in, yeah, and then have it in a structure. Essentially that's the main difference there. But if I said let's just use a primitive for now, because it's like, you know, what are you going to do? Some foo. Alright, and then we're going to do show text out the back, show text out the back, like that. And then we'll say here, we'll say text project some foo text file name awesome dot text. Okay, it does have to have dot text at the end, but I've shown how you can use concatenate, text concatenate I think it was, or string, yeah, string concat. You can use string concat with a full stop, and you can say text like that, dot text. So then you could even have, you know, awesome, oh Christ, here we go, you could have awesome being filled in from somewhere else, and this will make awesome dot text, right? It comes a bit messy, but what we're trying to do is actually quite complicated. If I go like that, so there you go. Because the idea is, if you want to use Florence to do a caption, obviously this would be the caption which it gives from an image, for example, and then it's going to save that as a new line, right? And then obviously I want to be able to control, I want it to match. So I mean, do you know what, I should probably, maybe I should, should we give it a better example? I think we should probably give it a better example. Like, this is okay, but it's a bit, I don't know, I think I can do better than this. So how about we just go for it? So if I do Florence to run, come off of that and do Florence model loader, come off of that, do the prompt gen 2.0. If I do a load image, and we get Titus, let's put that on top of there for now, right? So we've got our image, we've got our thing, we want to put it onto more detailed caption, right? So that means that the caption is going to come into text like this, and then I don't have the file name, so this isn't ideal. I think there's a way of doing it though. I think I can get it from here using one of Keyjoy's nodes. What was the name of that node? I figured it out. Just, can we get into Keyjoy's nodes from here? Keyjoy. KJ nodes. Right, so what was it called? Miscellaneous. No. 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 So you had this amazing node which would allow you to grab anything from any node that's written there. Just trying to remember what the name of it was. I don't think this is any of them. Join string. No, I'm sure it's one of these. Where did he get it? Where did he get it? Text. Here we are. Yes, I can feel. Widget to string, that's the one, right? So let's just say we want to go any input, right? And it's called image. So image, like this, yeah? And if we just do a show text on that, so what it's going to do is it's going to take the name of the file name, because image, that's the name of the widget. So it'll say image. It will drop the .jpeg though. I think you can say return all to get the .jpeg, but I just want the actual thing. And so then, of course, what's the name of the image? It's going to be here, right? I'm pretty sure it is anyway. Go like that, get rid of that. So probably the best way to lay this out is to put the widget to string under there, and then put the show under there. Put that like that, just like clean it up a little bit. Put that up there, and then we're going to have what is the caption, and then that's where it gets saved. Okay. Now I think there is one thing left here which I haven't done, and that is with the file name. So where's the file name? File name's coming off widget to string. This will just be a file name, not .text. So that's where you need string concat. Like I said, this might seem boring, but there's probably a whole bunch of like tips that I'm giving out here. I don't know. Which only come up because you're doing all this stuff like widget to string. Does anybody else talk about widget to string? I don't know. Go like that. Prepend. And then append text, and then say dot, and then let's show that so we can see what it is, and then this one will go into there under file name. Okay, so where's the actual node? There, that's the actual node that we're talking about here. So, all right. This node is designed to save text files, but it will make subdirectories if needed. Project file path support. Because you don't necessarily want everything in the output folder. That was something that annoyed me, and so I ended up making this node. Okay, so let's just run it and see what happens. Oh, JPEG.text. That's annoying. I don't know why it's, for some reason it's giving me .jpeg.text. That's annoying. Didn't used to do that. It used to strip out the .jpeg. Don't tell me I need to make my own load image that has an exposed file name now. See, typically this is for video. Do you know what? For the sake of argument, let's just do that, because that's where we ended up. This is why I've never really shown this off. I think this is really clever, but unfortunately, if it's going to give me this hassle, it used to drop the .jpeg at the end, but now it actually has it, which is a problem. So, because it won't match, the .jpeg means it won't match. So, all right, we'll use my load directory. Load video directory. So here we have a video. It has no path. So let's just go back to output. That is the path. Just comfy UI output. Index. No need to skip any frames or anything like that. So then we got the file name.text, and that is going to go into the prepend there. So then we don't need this. Move that up. Again, it's like the tools I make, I want them to actually be useful. So if there's something which is missing and I can make it myself, I will. So then we'll go again. Oh, forgot to put the image in. That doesn't help. Stop. What did I just do? It's trying to do all of the images. Okay. I just broke it. My bad. It's not listening to me either. You know what happens when it doesn't listen? It gets killed. You gotta listen. Just because I told it to do something stupid, that doesn't mean it gets to just go crazy. So basically, I should have used my load video directory, frame. Load batch video frame is what I should have used. That's my bad. Oi. Oi, I'm in the middle of my backswing. So here we go, put that there, get rid of this, chuck that there, done. Recovered. Go away. Right. So we're on index 0. Alright. Now it's only going to load frame 0 for the caption. So then we have again, it's doing it again. It's for some reason the .mp4 is being included. That was never... So I've got to do some more work now. It never used to save the .mp4. And then it's saving .mp4. What? Well, that's annoying. The whole goal, just so you know, is to have the text file, output text, some food text, animate diff. The whole idea is to have the name of the caption has to match the name of the file that's going to get trained, because this is for building data sets, you see. It's for the automation of building a data set. So that one little change where it doesn't give the file name, but it gives the file name with its extension, that one change that's been made there has actually broken the use case for this node. So I suppose I could use swap to nothing, or I could use cleaner. Yeah, do you know what? I reckon I could use cleaner. Let's have a look. So I haven't even looked at that one. That's a new node I made, prompt cleaner. So the idea with prompt cleaner is it searches for something and gets rid of it. I don't know if it'll work with this, but let's find out. So if I was to change, if I say .text, I don't know if it actually supports dot. I don't know if it can do that, so let's see. Let's find out. Not .text, .mp4 is what I meant. .mp4. Like that. Go again. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's not actually the that's not actually what I was trying to do. Oh, it's doing weird stuff. Let's say override. That'll stop that error. It already exists. A text file of this already exists. So it's weird. Look at that. It's actually just put a bunch of spaces in the file name. That's so weird. So I said remove .mp4, and it didn't do that at all. Didn't do that at all. So it should take the file name of the video and then remove .mp4. I guess this node can't do that, bottom line. Okay, so I'll have to come back to that then. Alright. Well, we can always just type it in ourselves, but it's just not ideal. It's not ideal. So save text needs attention. Save text dot text question mark. Yeah. Handling. It's the extension handling is like become a problem on that node. Oh, I'm glad I'm checking all of them now. So that's not how it should work, and that is actually going to break a couple of workflows. And the irony is I used this workflow just the other day. Yeah, just the other day. In fact, it might even have been last night on live stream. We used save text and then used the load text from directory. Yeah, because I was doing dataset captioning with my Florence 2 workflow. So that's strange. Right, let's clean all of this up so we don't have a bunch of stuff we don't need. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. So this is loading a frame or frames from a video. In this case, just a frame. It's going to load a frame, and then it's going to have that frame be... Let's just put a preview up so we can see what's being captioned. What? Let's do it that way. There we go. Very strange. There we go. A close-up shot of a middle-aged man with glasses and a beard looking directly into the camera, and then it saves it as file.txt. That's not great. See, why is that? It's, let me just look at this again. Show. Yeah. Animate diff 001 audio.mp4. It's very strange. Like I said, before it wasn't giving me the .mp4, but now it is. Alright, well, I don't want to get hung up on that. So I will get rid of this and move on, because really the main thing is it saves text files. I don't want to get hung up on how you actually, because there's loads of ways you could use it. And like I said, file.txt isn't great. Like it used to be that you could just attach file text to file. And, you know, when you run it, now I think it's going to do .mp4. But it's a text file, so that's actually crap. And the way I got around it before was by making an append with .text at the end. So that's not great. I need to do some work on that node. But hey, we have identified it. Save text. I love it. So I would never have even known about that if I hadn't done this today. So that's a win in my book. Okay. We've done that. Save text. Next is String Painter and String Painter v2. So this is also easy. We don't need to make a full workflow for this. Sat rate. Come on, man. String Paint. String Painter. And if I just go straight into a show text, this will be easy. Put it on 32. It makes a hex code. Random mode or increment mode. See? Let's see, you probably can't see it. But... See that? Yeah? So I don't know if you can count in hex, but if you can't, this means you don't have to, right? So that would be String Painter. And you think, what's that for? Well, it's for actually loads of stuff. String Painter's got loads of uses, but I'm not trying to give you what it's for. I'm trying to give you what it can be used with, you know, how it can be used, not what it's used for. Because otherwise, you know, you'd have to make a whole bunch of workflows. Which I probably will end up making, but for now I just want to get the basics up. So export that. Now, did we add the save text? I don't think we did. Save text, no, it's not there. So add file, upload file, and it's going to be the save text and the string painter. I'll just wait for a second because I'm going to do string painter v2 next, and that's exactly the same. It's just got some extra options, that's all. So I've already showed this tonight when we were doing video variation by putting this at the end of a prompt for a video and then using fixed seed. You can use the 32-bit hex code with a narrow range on random. Yeah, and what will happen is, you see how it's only very slightly changing the last part of the hex? And what this does is it kind of fudges the text encoder so that it will make minute changes to the generation without actually influencing what's in the image. So 9 times out of 10 you'll just get a very, very similar video to the one you had originally. And obviously by increasing this, say if I said 500 instead of 50, it's going to make it, you know, you get another bit to mess around with basically. Okay, so string painter v2. So it's a way of doing, it's like a way of doing precise controllable variations on images. Okay, so in other words, a variation seed, but it's in the prompt. So as long as you've got direct access to a model, this works. Some of the new models that use LLMs, this doesn't work as well, and that's because it's ignoring the string. Alright, so I hope that makes sense of why it works, how it works, what you can do with it, but I don't want to go too far. So we'll get the v2, drop that in there, commit, and that's another one done. We're nearly at the end of the list now. So string weights. What is string weights? Well, string weights. String weights is one of the first things I did. It goes with string painter actually. So if I say convert text to input there. So if I just plug that in like that and then do a primitive, and then I say, whoops. So if I say a cat with a red hat, okay, what's it going to do? It's going to wrap my prompt in brackets with a colon. So if I say I only want this part of the prompt, so it's for doing attention weighting essentially. And you think, well, what's the point of that? I could have done that manually. It's like, yeah, you could have done, but the difference is if I'm using a prompt list, okay, or a wildcard system, or both. Oh, that's not what I typed. Okay, that's not what I want either. Text concat. There you go. So if I was going to go in like this and then in like this, and I was to use, I don't know, $, I've forgotten the name of my bloody, I've forgotten the name of them all. I've forgotten the name of them all. Do you know what? It might be worth having a drop-down list which tells you what wildcards are actually available, because I don't bloody remember them off the top of my head. It's a pretty good idea, that. I'll write that down. So, wildcard v3 list of wildcards. Even if it's just a display, which isn't actually loading them, you know, like, at least I know what they are, because at the moment I can't remember off the top of my head. I mean, look, it's not that difficult to go and have a look. So if I say Gabe biome, Gabe, yeah, let's say that, Gabe biome, like that, okay? And then let's do Black Sun v1, right? So what we've got here is we've got two things going on. If I just go show text like this, hit Q, you'll notice that it's just slammed together, okay? And so what string weights aims to do, if I take two of those, is allow you to say, well, I want the attention of this one and the attention of that one. So say I want the biome to be like 0.6 and this to be 0.8. And then when I queue it, as you can see here, that's the wild card at 0.6, and then this is the main prompt at 0.8. All right. So it's just a way of saying, and of course, if I had Florence or something, I could put Florence into the C with another string weight, and I could say, oh, I want the Florence caption to be 0.3, say less attention than the wildcard in the prompt, right? So there's lots of ways you can use it, but this is just an example of how you can use string weights. So it's literally weighting the strings, that's all. And then when you combine them all, you've got some control over it, even though you don't even know what it's going to pick, because it's all randomized. You know what I mean? So that would be string weights. A classic, an instant classic. Export that, go here, and then we'll go back to DJZ nodes, and then we'll go back into nodes examples, and then we will go add file upload. Wait. Yep, that's correct, that's correct. Put that one in there. So yes, that's another one done. Now we get to Zenkai prompt. Oh look, we've already got Zenkai prompt and Zenkai wildcard. Look at that, but I need to do it all new. String, no. Zenkai prompt. There we go. So Zenkai prompt. Show text, and then have a note, another note. Okay. Zenkai prompt is a prompt list loader. Feed it into your clip text encoder. The seed controls which line is loaded. Prompts contains the text files. Prompts are all what is it? New line equals new prompt. There we go. So that's where you add them. So if I take a look at my Comfy UI folder, if I go into custom nodes, you can see that there is a prompts folder, and in there contains all my prompt lists, and they are all a new line, new folder. New line, new prompt, right? So there it is. So obviously this would go into a clip text. I don't even think, yeah, so you go like this. There you go, and then that's that done, right? And then obviously you'd have your clip loader and your conditioning, but I'm not gonna, I only need to do that. There it is. Old whaler sits alone in his cabin studying a massive tooth from a sperm whale. These are all video prompts. Okay, so this is going to be Zenkai prompt, and we will do a save as, and we will do an export. Okay, and then obviously we need to do Zenkai prompt v2, that being the advanced version. So it's got a couple more options, being that prefix and suffix. V2 version includes I guess you could call it multi-prompt, because it's got a number of prompts. You could have like multiple, but I very rarely ever use that feature. It's the prefix / suffix, which does get a lot of use. There we go. Go for Cthulhu Bishop, and this would be dash v2, like that, copy that, save as, export, run it, there you go. Raw photo of XCX style Cthulhu bishop, unholy ordained cult leader of secret Lovecraftian eldritch order, tentacle mutation, moon, tentacles, full moon, night, standing monster, holding weapon, outdoors, giant. You can see that you've got some automatic captioning going on. Okay. And that means there's only one more left, which is the wildcard stuff. So if I go wildcard, you've got Zenkai wildcard 1, which again, if I just went $, and then we take a look at the list, because I'm an idiot, can't remember, wrong folder, wildcard, let's do actor, $, actor. It's probably going to be a bunch of famous people. Okay, so $, you can change the sign, you know. Put that one in there like that. Cue it. Ron Perlman. There you go. So Zenkai wildcard. And obviously you put your words. It's the name of the file. So it is a prompt wildcard loader. And remember, this can be a pass-through, right? It's possible to pass a prompt through this. But obviously that would have to contain, you know, so you could properly architect a bunch of really long prompts that all have these your wildcards, and you fill out your wildcards with the words you want to exchange randomly. So there's a lot you can do with building out systems like this, and then obviously you just put the files in here and then reference them. So you could say, like I've got one here, artist Sama 2. So I could say actor in the style of $, artist 2. In the style of, what else have we got here? Enigmatic place, yes. Actor stands in $, enigmatic place. Is that how I wrote it? All one word? No, underscore. Enigmatic place in the style of. Now, do I have like types of art in here? Don't know. Actor wearing hat. Actor wearing hat stands in enigmatic place in the style of artist 2. Is that it? I don't think that's what I called it. Artist Sama 2. Yes, of course. Of course. Okay. Cue that. So Thomas Rosales Jr. wearing sun hat stands in Stonehenge in the style of Mamoru Agnagano. Do you know what? I want to see what that looks like. I want to see what that looks like. But we'll have to wait. Okay, so let's just save this as Zenkai wildcards. This is the beauty of wildcards. You know, you can fill out all these different things and have it just exchange, and then you can have like dynamic prompts by your own thing. Okay. So actor wearing hat. Yeah. We've done this one. Haven't exported it. No. We need to save it. See, I'm losing the plot because I've done so many of these. I think I've done, just so you know, guys, I know like you would watch me do it, but I've just done 44. I've just done 44 example workflows in however long that took. So I appreciate you sitting in for the run. Electro Lab says he's done an example. Let's have a look and see what we got. Here it is. Oh man. The smile is what does it. They're gonna do something terrible, and it's great. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I got some plans for that that node. I think it's really good. Right. I think, did you just use an image though? It looks like you used an image, not a video. Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe it is a video. All right. So we saved that one. That's Wildcards V2. Oh, crap. I've done it wrong. I've done it wrong. It's not Wildcards V2. See, this is what happens when you're at the last hurdle. You make mistakes. So now we're doing V2. God damn it. I can't believe I messed that up. Someone's sleeping at the wheel. Okay. Grab this. Put that in there. We use the same prompt. Take that to there. Plug it in. Okay. So the main difference with V2 is it has something called recursive depth. What's recursive depth? Well, if you have a look at some of these contain a $$ reference. Is it Gabe World? No. Is it Ancient Civilization? No. What was the one that had the flying creature? No. Emotion? No. So basically, it's possible for you to put a $$ word, so you can reference a wildcard in a wildcard. And 5 means you can do a wildcard in a wildcard in a wildcard in a wildcard in a wildcard, which I know it's like what, but it makes sense. I just can't find a single file here where, because I never use it. I never use this feature. Tropical bird? Nope. See, it would have a $$ in front of it, I think. Unless it's just the name of the emotion, or I don't see the $$ there, so I'm guessing that it doesn't. I may have changed it so you don't need to put the $$ in. Climate? No. Body kit? No. Huh. Okay, so I'm sure to get recursive depth, you're basically naming the name of another one. So inside the wildcard file, you reference another wildcard file. I did have an example of this somewhere. I wonder if I've actually already done this example. Hang on. The Zenkai system.json. Let's just load it up and find out. Zenkai system. See, where is it? It's up here. Okay. Ah! Color animal in location. Okay. Thoracenes, Thoramane. Wow, look at that. So yeah, you can see what I was going for here. Alright. Let's go back. Color animal in location. So we'll do that. Put that one down there. Put that one there. And then go again. Ron Perlman, wearing sombrero, stands in crooked forest in the style of Ian McQuay. And then Misty Rose polar bear in the Niagara Falls, Canada, USA. And like I said, these are actually quite good. If I was to build out an image, you know, if I was to hook these up to a system, it's gonna do this. It's gonna do a great job. I don't know about maybe so much about Ron Perlman, but certainly it's going to do a color animal in location. A plum seal in the Bahamas. A dark violet raccoon in the Iguazu Falls, Argentina, Brazil. And like I said, it's fully customizable. So you can add your own wildcards. You can add as many as you want. All you have to do is know what they're called. And that's it. So, Wildcard V2. Okay, V2 version includes depth, recursive depth. I think I might have messed up the documentation on the first one, see. I'm losing the plot, guys. I'm losing the plot. Save as, go like that. Yes, overwrite it. Export to get another one. Get to download. Get thee to the downloads. And, yeah, delete that one and take these like that. So it's going to be that and that. I think. I don't think I added the rest yet. Go down to the bottom. Zenkai. Zenkai. Image size adjuster. Are these even in alphabetical order right now? I can't even tell. It's like suddenly it says I. T-I. Okay, so I guess I didn't put any of them in yet. Alright, fine. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. But wait. No, that's fine. String weight. As long as string weights is in there, I should be finished. Yep, string weights is there. That's good enough for me. Like I said, this is something I've been putting off for days, so it's done now. Alright, got a whole bunch of extra stuff that we haven't really looked at, and a whole bunch of notes which I need to get done. Wildcard V3 with a list of wildcards. Well, you can still look. Okay, so let's take a look at the thing. Electrolab says, fun. No, it was an image, but made to be video with live portrait or something. But we could use image if we use a batch. Electrolab, in fact, we have this audio reactive live portrait. Then we lip sync. Expect a workflow. Good stuff. I'm glad that it's useful for you. It's probably one of the most fun. It's probably one of the most funs I've had. The trouble is, do you know what? I'm going to go and have a look for that. I'm going to go look for that other microphone real quick. Give me 2 seconds, boys. Where's that microphone? On the cable. It's knocking every time I step on the ground. Aha, found it. Whoa. Okay. It's not perfect because it doesn't have a stand. I should have all kinds of stands everywhere. Ah, what's this? Is this the right size? No. Typical. So every all of the stands I've found are too small. It's got a giant thread on it. So what about aha? Yeah. There we go. I've got a lever arm. So give me a sec while I plug this in. Do you know what? I think what I might do is this just spinning around and round and round forever? It kind of is. Alright. Well, look. Okay, so how about we put this on the edge of the desk? Whoa, come on. Come on, edge of the desk, he says. Whoa. There. Put that on the edge of the desk, tighten that up, come on. That'll do. And then plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. Oh. Hopefully that's not too bad. And then I'll just wrap this cable around a bit. And I guess I'll put it in here for now. Alright. And I'm back. Man! I don't normally do such boring hard work on stream, but hey, for those of you that are keen and interested, you get the inside story, so that's the main thing. Okay. So then, yeah, let's just restart Comfy. It's going to be quicker than closing all these tabs. We'll get a new tab. And then I will find the tab that we had earlier. Or should I say the workflow that we had earlier. Which will be before all of this stuff. Oi! Ooh. Well, that's funny. Where is it? Isn't that weird? It's not there. Well, I'm sure I have it because it's in the pack. Like I say, I've got it in. Loader lip sync. Download that. Okay. Alright, so now I should have a microphone that I can actually, record things with. Because at the moment I've been swapping my mic from one PC to the other constantly. So, what do we got? Blue Snowball. There we go, that'll do. Okay. We're going to want to put that in there now. Mate, why is it saving? It's saving all of my workflows off up into the top right somewhere. I don't deliberately put them off the edge of the screen to annoy people. And to be honest, there used to be like a center button. Like a button that you could center the workflow, and then I would put them in the middle, because I'm trying to make people's life easy here, right? I'm not trying to... But for some reason, Comfy's like, yeah, I'll just save the workflow up there. That's clearly, and then it's like, you have to like search around for it, which is kind of annoying. Anyway. Close that. So we've done all these, we can just kill that now. Okay. So now, I should be able to... See, the funny thing is, I want a newscaster in a newsroom, right? Okay. Create a new prompts list of 10 prompts. Prompts that are all the same newscaster in the same newsroom. It's like an impossible task because it wants to give me new everything all the time. And what's this? It's useless. Go away. There we go. That's better. That's what I was looking for. Put that in there and just call it .text. Newsroom prompts. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, put that up there. And then we're going to do... I want to get rid of this example. And then I want to use the LTX.Js. What happened to that? It's gone. Zoda 91 project, and that would be nope. Yes. Okay, so that's this one then. There we go. And this is not JS. Huh. Not JS. So where did that go? In Daemon Flux? Tricks. Yes. So that's Daemon. That looks better. This is interesting. So that is the standard way to load it up. I think this looks better. It's really tough. So this is 0.91 Q8. And this is native. Okay, so T2V, native GJUF. Native GGUF. I think all of this is still good. I'm not using any of that stuff now. Yeah, we're not doing any of that. We're not doing any of this. In fact, no, a lot of this is not relevant anymore. But we're not doing it, and we're not doing any of that stuff anymore. Oh, nuts. That's useful though. Oi! I swear it's like quite squishy for some reason. Okay, native GJUF lines. So this would be what? Pack version what? 8? Probably. Like trying to figure out the deets. Back. And back into Zododa. So yeah, it would be V8. A V8 pack. Q8. Native GGUF. Okay. This is not the Keyjoy wrapper. I don't know why I've written that there, because it's not true. Native. In fact, why don't we just say GJUF? There we go. Native GJUF. When we say native, we're not using LTX nodes to load this in. Okay. Can you get rid of that? Put that back up there. Clip, seed, VAE. There we go. And this will be 180. Save as. Export. Okay. So that's that one done. Now we've got to do the other one. So first things first, can this one actually run in JJUF? Because I tried it and it didn't work. So I want to try that again. So this is the actual LTX nodes method. JJUF. 9.1 Q8, and then we want the VAE, and we want to use the 9.1 VAE. Okay, so let's just hook that up. So that one goes there, that one goes there, and there. Okay. And then I guess, I don't know if this is actually gonna work yet, but that would be going there, that would be going there, this would be coming down, that would be going up, and then it's up to spec. And then I just got to say in here, V8, 0.91 GGUF, and then this is going to be, I guess you could say author, GGUF. It's kind of hard to distinguish between native and non-native nowadays, but I try to support both types. Okay, so let's find out if this one works first, because I had some issues earlier. Yeah, there you go. That's the problem right there. LTX model configurator doesn't understand. Could this be that I haven't got the update? Let's just check. Give it benefit of the doubt. Maybe I need to update the LTX nodes. So let's try doing that before I throw it out the window. Git pull. Already up to date. That's not a good sign. That usually means that actually there's nothing wrong with it. And that's a bit of a problem, because it means you can't do GJUF with the author. Let's try something else. Let's try using the VAE that they supplied. So maybe they have a magic VAE. Okay, so we'll get rid of that, because it's probably going to go anyway. Let's see if we have the same problem. I think it might. No, I thought it might work, but no. No attribute conditioning mask. Okay. So that means we've got to use this. That's alright. Can't use GJUF with this version. Okay. It just means that there's no reason to update this. There's no reason to update this workflow. Okay. So that's the end of that. Nope. So it's just this one then. We're back to, well, it's funny. It says native, but then I've had to add in my LTX myself. So I'm a bit confused about that, because I could have sworn that I updated the, oh well, native with the perturbed to see. So yeah, we are doing all that stuff. It's very strange. You better not give me issues now. No. No, it's fine. It's working. So, newscaster, newsroom. That's where I want to go to next. And again, it's 4 second, 1280 by 736. Now, do I have... I probably don't have Reactor installed. So let's have a look. Reactor node. I don't have it installed. So this is the point where we have problems with ONNX support. So let's just wait, let it finish doing what it's doing. while I'm waiting. Well, you see, recycling is very important because we have to bury all of it in a landfill. Export audio, landfill. Okay. We'll all be walking. All right. It's a cold, cold day out there. Get a bit of a snap winter over here in the UK. Not uncommon for a January, but, you know, some people say it is. Ah. Aliens landed in the UK last night, but no one was actually surprised and everyone just ignored it. Aliens. No. No. No need to save it. We're just messing around. Okay. Staying in and getting comfy. Based aliens. Bastard aliens. Hello, Enjoy Chaos. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've just been doing a bunch of boring stuff. Hopefully things get more interesting, but hey, what can I say? So we're basically messing around with lip sync, and we're also generating video. Is that the same video? I just saw I just saved this video. Save it. What's it say? Bracket 1? I've already saved this one. Twice. Or... No. It's just got the same name. Okay. And I'm messing with LoRa hooks. Yeah, that's something which I already did that. Let me see. Where is my workflow for that? That would be my low jack flux workflow. But I never had a chance to really mess around with it. But certainly low jack flux mask works nicely. It was just like, I think that this is probably key to building a whole bunch of really cool stuff, but I just didn't have the chance to actually, because I think my comfy broke, and it took me a couple of weeks to fix. Yeah, latent noise is awesome. I haven't messed with that for ages either. Ah, you're not using it with flux. Got it. Yes. Yep. Another reason why the older models are still quite popular. Again, this goes back to that whole everyone's got a 4090 assumption, which is completely wrong. You know what I mean? There seems to be this weird thing. It's kind of why I don't like how, you know, they'll just kind of like bring out 30 gigabyte models all the time and then make a big song and dance about it. And the thing is that most people don't have 30 gigabyte model, don't have a big card, so it's like falling on deaf ears. You go, wow, look how amazing this is. No one can run it. You know, it's funny. SD 1.5 is loads better when it can run with masks, etc. Newly released LoRa clip hooks don't work with control nets or animated diff. That's strange. Hoping to pick up a 24 gig 3080. Interesting. Or something. Yeah. 3090, yeah. I was going to say or something. It's cool. I know what you mean. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at this quick. That's not me. See, I said, you know, I messed up my, right? A little bit of a speech inflection, right? And it got messed up by it. It didn't know what to do with that. And it got mixed up. See, it messed up. Yeah, it messed up. That's unfortunate. What do we got here? We got the guy, the thing. Okay, and then I want to upload aliens. And do it again. Let's see what we get out of that. Yes, hello, Enjoy Chaos. Hi, indeed. Yeah, we just got off the back of a load of documentation which I had to do, and I think that was just a bit boring for people. That's okay though. It had to be done. If I got to be real, I needed to make the documentation for all my nodes because I've got like a lot of them. How many do I have? I think I had 20. I think I had 44. If I put it by type, go to the pies, I've got 46 custom nodes now. So, you know, doing the documentation took a while. I think there was like 24 that were missing examples. So now I've done the examples. I'll add them to the index in my own time. But the point is that if you're not sure what my nodes are or do, you can actually go to my nodes index now, and every single node has documentation. So if I want to look up what is caption to prompt list, what is dataset word cloud, what is load text directory, it's going to tell me exactly what the things are and how to use them. Only thing is, it hallucinated the seed range. I don't know why it thinks that's the range for the seed, because you definitely can't have one that big. Maybe one day, but not right now.
Aliens landed in the UK last night, but no one was actually surprised, and everyone just ignored it.
That's actually not bad, you know what I mean? I could probably like do a couple. Let's do a different seed and see if it does any better or worse. It's a real shame that we don't have safe tensors to load though, because using .pts is a little bit like you're getting pickle warnings all over the shop because of the .pts. We actually have a thing here which somebody sent me, so I might just take a quick look at that and see if we can safe tensor those pickles real quick. Never even used it before, so it should be interesting. Let's see, if I go to my tools, open a terminal, and then say git clone. Okay, we've now git cloned. Okay, so safe and stable checkpoint, right? So what does it want me to do? Download it, install it. What's all this? What's all this? God damn it. See, I gotta fix this before I've even... Man. Right. Okay. There's always extra steps that are missing. See, he tested it for Linux, okay, so he hasn't done anything wrong. He's the guy that wrote this, tested it for Linux. So we're going to have to adapt it for Windows, all right? It's always something. Do I trust it? Yes, I trust the author. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Klein. And I'm going to say, in order to use this project, I have to run the following commands. Okay. I would like to automate this by creating an install.bat which will activate, which will create the VNV and install the required dependencies. Okay. It will create the VNV, activate the VNV, and install the required dependencies listed. Oh wait. Yeah, by using the requirements.txt. Then I need to create a run web UI. Yeah, run web UI.bat that will activate the VNV and then run _app_GUI.py. Let's just give it some quotes so we know what we're doing. That should be all it needs to do. Ah, crap, see. I don't want it to be Python 3.8. Yeah, use Python instead of Python 3.8. So look at this quick. Use VNV scripts activate bat instead of VNV bat. Yep. Use proper path separators. Yep. Install bat was created. Now I can proceed with run web UI. Yep. Run web UI task done. Completed. Oh man. Do you know how much fun it is when it just does it? Oh man, it's so much fun when it just does it. Look at that. See, I don't know how much code you know. But I know that you don't need to know much code now. And so it's fun when it just works. Let's see if it creates any errors when we test it, okay? So it's created those files directly in the file system for me, right? So now I should be able to just go install bat, because remember, this is tested on Linux, not Windows. Okay. We've got a VNV now. So where is our thing? Here's our thing. It's not doing it yet. Oh! What happened? Could not find a version that satisfies requirement PySimple GUI. Interesting. So that means something failed. Something failed. I wonder why from versions 6.5. So let me have a look at his requirements. PySimple GUI 460.4, 460.5. So how about we just change that? Oh, I can't do that. I got to open it and then change it. How about we try 460.5 because it's only one version newer. Okay, so let's just do it again. I just want to see if we can get past that because I think PySimple GUI is probably important. There we go. So for whatever reason, 0.4 is no longer available. Let's have a look. When was this made? 3 years ago. Okay, that'll be why. That'll be why. Okay, so it's going to try and do a build wheel. This is looking good. Considering it's 3 years old. Electrolab waves. Enjoy chaos. Very cool. I've not done anything like that. No code here pretty much. Yeah, something which I'm recommending because I do a lot of work with Claude is the Claude API. And you can use an extension for VS Code called C-Line or Klein. And it's very nice because it does auto approve, read, edit, commands, so on. And stuff like this makes it very easy because it's sort of like, I don't even know if it'll work yet. You never really know if it'll work. But certainly this, because it's funny, isn't it? I wonder why he hasn't updated it for so long. I mean, I guess if it just works, who cares? You know what I mean? I mean, this seems to have been made when safe tensors came out and then just, I don't know, I wouldn't say forgotten about because that's a bit unfair. Okay, off we go. Downloading fire. It's not scrolling down for some reason, don't know why. Downloading safe tensors. Building wheel for pandas. That's a lot of dependencies. How are we doing though? Yeah, you can actually get away with this. Need to do some stuff with the audio so that it doesn't sound quite so just recorded in a room. Oh dear. Like I said, they're going in the images. In the image sharing section on Discord. Links in the description if you want to join and check it out. Okay. Building wheel for pandas. God damn it, those pandas. Pandas and fire. Don't know what it's doing. What have pandas and fire got to do with it? Nice bit o' verb. Indeed. Yeah, we should be doing some more masking stuff tomorrow. I got some plans to do some video masking and background swapping and things like that tomorrow. We're almost running out of time today, but that's normal. For the audio to unroomify. Excellent. Yes, we need to unroomify the audio. That's perfect, actually. Oh, deprecation. Oh no, we're getting deprecated. And then he's going to deprecate me. But yeah, the main plan is we're slowly building up. So we've built up like staircase, you know. I started off with a certain number of features, you know what I mean? And they all sort of go together. So the last sort of piece of the puzzle is because I've already done promptable masks. So the last piece of the puzzle is to run promptable masking on video so that we can cut the newscaster out and regenerate the environment, and then in that way we should be able to put him into a controlled scene, which means that we could have a different newscaster in the same room or slightly different movement in the same room. That's the idea anyway, but it's going to require a couple of things. I'm calling it ring painting, which is essentially where there's a ring around the subject, and I'm still working on it, so we'll get there. It's like I said, because changing the background isn't that difficult, but the edge, just in painting the edge, the ring around the guy, that's quite difficult. So that's the thing we're going to be trying to crack over the next, days and weeks. Because of course, as soon as you've cracked that, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. And I have done it in the past, but not in Flux. Yeah, like a border. That's why I call it ring painting, because the mask looks like a white ring that goes around the subject. The difference is that you prompt the subject, and then you have the ring be automatically generated. And so because of that, it can work with animation, because we're not drawing a mask, we're not using a mask file. It's using AI to make the mask, and then using code to make the ring, which is probably like 8 to 32 pixels wide, and it just literally is like a halo. It's like a halo that goes around the edge. So you could call it edge-based in painting if you wanted, but I'm just calling it ring painting because it's got a nice ring to it. Yeah. Blimey, it's taking forever to do this. Oh, we're done. You can now use Run Web UI. Okay, let's do it. I might give this guy a little contribute as well, because if all I have to do is give him 2 batch files and say, yeah, it works with Windows now, mate. Let's see if it works. Oh, crap. It's dead. All right, let's see. Trace back. May indicate binary incompatibility. Expected 96 from C header. Got 88 from PyObject. This could be something I can't fix, but I will give it a go. So let's just say, after installing dependencies, we try to start the web UI with, what's it called? Run webui.bat and receive the error. Let's see what he's got to say about it. Wait. Binary incompatibility issue with NumPy and pandas. Okay. So what? Whoa, okay. Ah, if exists... Oh, it wants me to reinstall the dependencies. Ah, pandas 1.35, but doesn't specify a NumPy version. Include the correct NumPy version. Okay, adjust the requirements and run the install again. Run the install again. Okay. Okay. Like I said, I will have a bash at fixing other people's stuff, but if it doesn't go well, because I don't run a Linux machine, there could be some kind of reason why it doesn't work, and at that point I'll be like, ah well, we had a go. Oh my goodness me, what's happened here? Following version requires a different Python version. Oof, this is a mess. So basically, because it's 3 years old, it doesn't even understand what Python 3. Look, it has to be less than 3.11, and we're all running 3.11 or 3.12 now. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, Klein is amazing. Klein is amazing. It's so good. The only thing you have to do is you have to make sure that you're backing up your files. I do have it on auto approve, so normally it would have asked me to edit whatever files, yeah? But you just got to make sure you've got backups, you know, like any software development, right? If you're going to change code, you need to have the old code to go back to if you messed it up. So that's pretty obvious, but yeah, no matching distribution found for NumPy 1.1, 1.2, 1.6. This is a big problem with the dependency wheels. Because if I'm being honest, you know, there's a lot of dependencies in this script. A lot of dependencies in that script. Wait, no there isn't. NumPy, Torch doesn't have a version number. PyTorch Lightning. You'd think, do you know what? I bet there's a different tool that can do safe tensors conversion, because that's what's the actual task? We want to do safe tensors conversion, right? Yeah, legacy issues, because it's 3 years old and the author hasn't updated it. So I think I'm just going to put it down to that and look for something else. It'd probably be quicker to find one that is actually been maintained. So, safe tensors converter. Use convert space. What? Convert weights to safe tensors. What? Use the convert space. Convert to safe tensors. Huh. Model ID. For now, only PyTorch model.bin files are supported. Well, that's useless then. I need to convert a .pt file. Thanks, mate. That's useless. Okay. .pt to safe tensors converter. How to convert PT to thing. I found 50 ways to convert CKPT. Well, you just rename it to CKPT then, surely. Oh, we got a notebook. PyTorch to safe tensor. That's for bin files. Convert.py. Simple utility. PyTorch exclusive for now. Okay. Notes on pickle tensor to safe tensor conversion. Conversion of insecure pickle to safe tensor. When thinking about... Okay. Oh, we've got a Civitai article. Toad's tool embedding. Toad's tool safe tensor embedding. But isn't this specifically for embeddings though, not just any pickle tensor? Yeah, PT is potentially dangerous, that's right. That's why we're here doing what we're doing. Based on my first converter from PT to safe tensors, I'll try to do the same to write. Okay. So it depends how they're internally organized. Yes, it might not actually work though. Okay. PT to safe tensors. Stable diffusion related model files. I mean, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. Let's have a look. Let's just connect. and then I'll go to where the file is at. Let's see, go back. It's going to be latent sync wrapper, and then checkpoints, and here is the file. Oh, it's 3.3 gigabytes. That's way too big. Yeah, there's no way that it's going to let me do that. Oh, I know. We use Jupyter. Hang on. No. Machines. Jupyter. Start local. Oh dear. Looks like we need to reinstall it. Jupyter. I love all the side missions that have been given tonight. Install the notebook. Yes. What? Why are we doing it with pip suddenly? Don't tell me this isn't a Git clone, is it? I don't think it is. Git pull. No, it's not a Git. It's not a Git. So pip install notebook. This isn't how they did it before. Yes, a virtual environment with the older versions. Yes, enjoy chaos. You're 100% correct. The only problem is that my Python version is too new. That's the problem. And I'm not going to downgrade my Python just to run some safe tensors conversion. It'd probably be easier to write my own. That's the funny thing. Because they probably all run off of the same convert.py from safe tensors here. And there's a lot there. There is a lot there. Look, this conversion will unpickle a pickled file which is inherently unsafe. If you do not trust the file, we invite you to use this or Google Colab or other hosted solutions. It's like it's already on my file. It's already on my computer. I think it is possible to run an older Python version in VNV, but I don't have it installed, so I generally wouldn't even try. It's like more side missions. You know what I mean? More side missions. Okay, so we've installed power. We've installed it. Now what? See, this isn't actually useful. Hang on. Start local. So Jupyter notebook. Right. Okay. So right. Start local. You going to give me an error this time, or are we going to run? I think I've updated it. Hey, we got somewhere. So now, now we updated it. What I can do is I can use my local host, and I can go to that converter here. So then we'll connect to a local runtime, put in our key, and then we should be connected to local now, right? Which means I can use the local file path. So we'll take that, put that there, put in a slash, and then take the name of the file, and then we can just convert it right here. There's the file. Yep, that's fine. Run that. It'll only say no. Run that. Run that. There is no VAE. It's a UNet. It's a rather large one too, so I'm hoping it doesn't take forever. Okay, and failed. None type has no attribute get. I can't read yellow on white. Can you read white on yellow? Who the hell reads white on yellow? I ask you. Process PT file path, it's not an embedding. So this is actually for textual inversion embeddings. It's not just for general use pickles. So no. Unfortunately, no. That's a shame. This doesn't work either. You are using torch load, weights only, false. Okay, well, again, it was worth a try. I mean, it works. I just don't normally use .pt files, haven't done for a long time. Oh well. Oh well. PyTorch to safe tensor converter. Convert to safe tensor. Most of the code originated. This code cannot deal with files that are not named PyTorch bin or PyTorch model bin. Shame. So this, very niche. You would have thought that the convert to safe tensor thing would be a bit more well developed, considering that the AI space is like, 3 years old now. But, who am I to throw shade on stuff that I don't deal with? It's cool. I'll let them go. I give it a go. I'll always give it a go. Get rid of that, get rid of that. LoadJack Flux is something for tomorrow. Load text directory is something which we've done the documentation on tonight. We've got the node index, so I just need to copy them in. And I think we are fast approaching the 5-hour mark. So, I'm about to pull that ejection cord. Let's see. But yeah, I'm hoping that everyone got some enjoyment out of the new lip sync workflows, which you can obviously grab from my workflows pack. So if you go to Mushroom Fleet on GitHub, you will find my DJZ workflows, and inside there you will find Loader lip sync pack, and that is this workflow that we're looking at here. You load the video, load the audio, and let it rip. There are instructions on how to install it right here, and I'm going to be writing up a Civit AI article tonight that's just going to basically run over this, essentially just run over this. Virtual Linux on Colab. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying with side quests. Side quests can be annoying because they kind of turn into a main quest. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. But yeah, like I say, I will be back tomorrow. So thank you everybody for stopping in and hanging out. We'll have some more interesting stuff for you to look at. So, but I am getting out of here. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
listening to FightBelow5.uk radio. I put this together with all the tracks I've built over the last few weeks. Thanks for listening. You can check them